Okay, we are all ready. Whenever you would like to begin, Chair Ochin, it looks like we do still have some additional panelists who are tuning in right now. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you.
And if we just do a quick AV check, Sheriff Villanueva, I see that you've tuned in. Can you unmute yourself just so we can be sure we'll hear you?
There.
Excellent, we hear you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Chair Ochin, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I would like to call us to order. I would like to call to order our October meeting of the Los Angeles Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission. I am Priscilla Chen, chairing the commission. Before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge, do a brief land acknowledgement of the Tongva people, where many of us are located is the traditional territory of the Tongva people, and we extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn on their territory. Today is an important meeting, as all of our meetings are. We will be diving into important issues relating to the management of jail populations in Los Angeles County. We will be discussing issues related to critical matters of oversight and transparency, in particular, allegations that the Sheriff's Department is utilizing its resources to and the criminal process to intimidate and harass oversight officials. We will be hearing from the chair of the ad hoc committee on deputy gangs, and we will be talking about our next meeting, where we will host a special meeting on the RAND report and deputy gangs. We will also be hearing from community members about the presence of the LASD deputies in Alamo Valley schools and allegations of disproportionate use of force against particularly Black and Latinx students and racial profiling. And then we will, of course, hear from impacted family members and the public. So we have an important and full agenda today, and I'm grateful to all of you who've taken time to attend our meeting. Of course, I'm grateful to all of our commissioners who volunteer their time to the critical matters of justice and oversight in Los Angeles County. I also want to thank our staff for their hard work in helping to prepare for the meeting, particularly generating staff memoranda. To the public, I want to provide a couple of just kind of rules of the road, if you will. If you want, and in particular as it relates to public comment, if you would like to provide a verbal public comment, whether in English or Spanish, you must log on to WebEx. If you are calling via telephone or watching via the Facebook live streams, you will not be able to provide verbal comment, unfortunately, but you can submit written testimony to the Civilian Oversight Commission via our website. But let me provide some information on how to join via WebEx. So to join via WebEx, visit coc.lacounty.gov and click on the link to register and join the meeting. When you register, you'll be able to select the agenda items that you would like to comment on. You may also raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host to ensure you're in the queue for the public comment that you would like to speak on. When providing public comment, please eliminate as much background noise as you possibly can. Depending on the number of participants, we will use either 1 or 2 minutes of public comment per person. And if we are particularly behind, we may fall below that. To ensure that every attendee who signed up for public comment can speak, and in light of the implementation of the family impact remark procedures, yielding one's time to another member of the public will no longer be necessary. If you would like your name placed in the official minutes, please indicate so in your comments. If you have technical issues, send a chat to the host through WebEx or via email at cocnotify@coc.lacounty.gov. For those calling in or watching via live stream on Facebook, you can find the link to submit written public comments in English or Spanish at coc.lacounty.gov. All correspondence submitted before 5 p.m. today will be a part of the official meeting record and attached to the meeting minutes. To ensure a productive meeting for all of us, there are a few guidelines in the Code of Conduct. So 1, speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment must relate to a particular agenda item that you have indicated you'd like to speak for public comment. General public comment is limited to the commission's jurisdiction. Public comment that does not include the right to engage in dialogue with commission members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the commission, any member of the staff, or other persons. A person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being cut off during your comments. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and get started with the meeting. So we will first turn to the approval of our consent calendar. So on the consent calendar, we have our September 23rd meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, actually, so we actually don't need a motion in a second. It's a consent calendar. So let me just ask this: does anyone object to approving the minutes? Okay, so then we will move on to agenda item 2A, which is family impact remarks. First, we will hear from first of all, let me say, as you may recall, the commission recently approved a procedure for family impacts remarks, which will allow each family a total of 10 minutes to share their comments with the commission. The commission received 2 requests from the families of Marco Antonio Vasquez Jr. and Joseph Andrew Perez. So first we will hear from Marco's wife, Cristina Vasquez, and then we will hear from Vanessa Perez, the mother of Joseph Andrew Perez. Thank you all for taking time to share your remarks with the commission. Okay, let's hear from Ms. Vasquez.
Good morning. My daughters are going to start and then I'll be ending.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Raylene Cosio. I am Marco's youngest daughter. On October 6, 2019, my father was murdered by the Pico Sheriff's Department during a mental health crisis. It has been 2 years since his passing, and I still really haven't processed it. He was a truck driver and was gone weekdays, but always came home for weekends. So more often than not, I tell myself he's just at work. I don't want to face the reality that I won't ever see him again. I feel as though the whole world has been able to move on, but my family and I are just stuck. Every day I look at my brothers and niece and nephew and it breaks my heart. By the time they're older, they'll hardly have any memories of him. To a kid, all you think is, why did he leave me? When in reality, all he wanted to do was stay and protect his family. There is no way to make what happened better. My dad cannot be brought back from the dead. I don't wish this pain on anyone, not even them. All we ask for is that those officers be held accountable for what they did. And unfortunately, my oldest sister, Naomi, isn't able to be here today, but I'll be reading her part. It has been 2 years since my father was murdered, and I can't say we've gotten any closure or answers as to why LASD deputies Gregory Nichols, Patricia Miramontes, and Vincent Cisneros chose to murder my father on 10/6/19. They shot him with no regard for who he was or what he meant to the people who loved him. They released false statements to the media while they took us in for questioning, as if we were the criminals. They made up excuses for their actions and created false allegations against my dad in order to justify their reasoning for shooting. My dad did not deserve for his life to be stripped away. We desperately need laws to be put in place to make it impossible for officers to kill with impunity. My wish is to never see another person get gunned down by an officer the way my father was, along with countless others.
My name is Mariana Vasquez, and I am my father's second-born daughter. When my dad was killed shortly after, we ran to his lifeless body on the floor and tried doing what we could to bring him back. We were in shock. As I was holding on to my dad, that's when 2 more sheriffs came to pull me off his body, and they did so aggressively to where I was dragged off our driveway onto the street, and I had scrapes on my knees and legs, and my dad's blood on my hands. They threw me onto my mom. As we were crying hysterically, there was at least 5 or 6 cops staring at us, laughing, some with even no emotion, as if they had no soul. They manipulated us into going to the station, and as we were held for 10.5 hours, they took advantage and dragged my father's name through the mud and made it seem like he was the monster, as if he deserved to die. They are not God. They don't have the right to determine who has the right to live and who doesn't. Just because they have a badge does not mean that they are above the law. They need to be held accountable, and they need to take responsibility. Last week, my son's dad called me as soon as he knew I was awake because he had gotten pulled over at 3 a.m. on his way to work. They followed him for a while, and once they saw he was headed towards the freeway entrance, they put their strobe light pointing at his car. He kept driving and eventually he pulled over because he was wondering what was going on. Once he pulled over, the officer got off the car and went up to him and asked him why he didn't pull over sooner, and my son's dad replied, "You didn't have your sirens on." When they searched his name and didn't find anything on him, they had him get out of the car and asked him if they would find anything in his car if they searched it, and asked him where he's going so early in the morning. He replied, "I'm going to work," and then asked the officers if he can call his boss to let him know that they'd be running late. The officer told him, "No, you can't," and then looked at my son's dad before he went to search the car and told him, "Don't run, all right?" And when my son's dad told him he won't, they proceeded to put him in the backseat of the police car and blast the heater. When they didn't find anything in his car, they got more angry, searched through his pockets and threw the money he had all over in the car and flashed the flashlight in his face. My son's dad doesn't like to tell me when the cops harass him because he knows that I'm scared of law enforcement and that I live in fear of losing someone I love to them again. I told my mom as soon as I got off the phone, and she called the Pico department to complain about the situation. Since the watch commander was out of office, she spoke to the watch sergeant, Officer Sanchez. When she was telling him what happened, he replied with, "Were you even there?" When my mom said, "No, but I'm telling you what happened," he then chuckled and said, "Well, he can come down to the station and make a complaint and we'll go from there." When my mom said, "What will that do? Because you guys killed my husband 2 years ago and nothing has been done," he then asked my mom for my son's dad's name to write it down, and again she asked, "What will this lead to? More harassment?" Even after knowing they're under investigation for the wrongful murder of my father, they still want to bother innocent people. All I kept thinking about that day was how different it could have ended.
And my name is Christina Vasquez, and I'm the wife of Marco Vasquez Jr. If I could compare a situation, the closest comparison that came to me is that of a surviving rape victim who knows her abuser is out walking free. Every time she leaves her house, she looks over her shoulder in fear of possibly being abused again, or of having to live with the shame that is placed on you because you somehow asked for it to happen. It must have been something you did. This is the same type of judgment my children deal with. Once people learn who killed their father, it goes from "I'm so sorry your dad died" to "What did he do? And why did you call the cops?" It's the constant living in shame and fear because you know that your abusers are protected and you are not. I had to talk to my son's school counselor this week because during class they were reading a poem about dads. The teacher barely made it to the first line, which was, "My dad is," before Jax broke down crying. The teacher had to stop and said his cry was so sad she cried with him while she hugged him. I had to inform the counselor that his dad's death was a special circumstance. And when I told her, she said, "Thank you for letting me know. We'll make sure to make accommodations for future events like our Red Ribbon Week, since the police are highly involved with that and will be on school grounds. Things like this will probably trigger him. He is only 5, and the last 2 years he's been struggling to deal with the loss of his dad and struggling to understand why the cops killed him. I cannot tell you how incompetent it makes me feel as a mother to know no matter how hard I try, I will never be able to fill their father's shoes. I'll never be able to take their pain away, and I will never be able to give them closure because their father has not yet been given any justice. And no amount of money will ever justify what they did. It will never ease their pain. It will never right those officers' wrongs, and it will never bring Marco back. We are only one family alongside hundreds of others who are all suffering the same type of traumatic loss, who are all waiting to see the day justice will be served, who are also victims of crime, but get treated like second-class citizens because our loved ones were suspects, not victims. And I'm quoting Villanueva here. The fact that we have to go through so much, hire attorneys, go through all these loopholes just to have these deputies pay for the crime they did, and still nothing is done, is infuriating. Marco's report has been passed from one DA to the next, collecting dust. We were informed that his investigation had not been completed, and yet somehow they closed the case. Our attorneys filed a motion to have Marco's case reopened and completed by his second-year anniversary on the 6th of this month, and that was not done. The lack of effort and professionalism by the Sheriff's Department and DA's office is disgraceful and disrespectful. It's very disheartening and discouraging, fighting for change, being on the front lines, hoping that your efforts of speaking out on your loved one's behalf will do something, for it all to fall on the wayside, for new victims to be added on the list, for the reoffending officers to still be patrolling the streets, to continue killing our people. What is it that needs to be done in order for these officers to pay for their crime? How is it that something that should be so simple, like being held accountable for your actions, turns into these year-long battles families have to endure? What is it that needs to be done? And what do we need to do to get there before this hits closer to home for anyone here? Marco leaves behind 5 children and 2 grandchildren. I pray we get to see the day justice served for him and all the others whose lives have been taken by law enforcement. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your heartfelt testimony. We absolutely receive them, and we'll continue to press for transparency in the investigation of deputy-involved fatal shootings and any kind of misconduct or use of force where the public has questions. So we thank you so much for sharing about what your family is going through. We understand it's very difficult, and we thank you. We'll next turn to the family of Andrew Joseph Perez, in particular, his mother, Vanessa Perez. Ms. Perez, are you here?
This is Jennifer. She has not logged on yet. We do not see her.
Okay, so then what we will do is come back to her if she arrives, if we have time, toward the end of the meeting. We will hear, so let me first thank Ms. Vasquez and the family of Marco Vasquez for their statements. We will hear public comment on this item as part of our general public comment. So we appreciate everyone's patience. Next, we will turn to agenda item 2B, which is a discussion about the LA County jail population. We have a number of guests who will speak to us about this critical issue. As you all will recall, we heard testimony at our September meeting from the OIG about conditions in the inmate reception center, and we also heard a report from folks from the Civil Brand Commission, particularly Dr. Grills, and we heard from the COVID-19 committee. As we heard from the committee and from statements from members of the Office of the Inspector General, as well as the Civil Brand Commission, is that while COVID obviously is now turned from an acute to a pervasive crisis, what is really driving many of the problems with managing COVID-19 in the jails is the jail population. The jail population had decreased initially during the first wave of COVID in early 2020. It was reduced down to something around 12,000. Now it's crept back up to pre-pandemic levels, which has had, really damaging effects on the health and well-being of people who are incarcerated in LA County jails. And so what we heard from that testimony last month was that we needed to have a broader conversation about jail population. So I indicated to the members of the public and the commission that we would have such a discussion today, and we have a robust lineup of speakers to help us to understand some of the challenges or issues related to the jail population. And in particular, we'll be hearing from other county partners that are working on a number of county initiatives related to the jail population. So we will hear from the following individuals in order of appearance: Judge Peter Espinoza of the Jail Population Review Council, as well as the Office of Diversion and Reentry. We will hear from Rohini Khanna and Michelle Newell. Rohini Khanna is from the Jail Population Review Council. Michelle Newell is Co-Deputy Director of the Los Angeles County Office of Diversion and Reentry. We will hear from Yvette Ale of Dignity and Power Now, as well as Danielle Dupuy of UCLA Million Dollar Hoods. Let me now turn it over to Judge Espinoza. Judge, are you there?
I am. I'm just having a little trouble unmuting myself.
Wonderful, thank you.
Our co-deputy directors are in the process of logging on. I had some trouble. We'll see how they do. But thank you for having us this morning. And thank you for allowing us to give a presentation on our Jail Population Review Council and the work that we've done thus far. As indicated, my name is Peter Espinosa. I'm the director of the Office of Diversion and Reentry. We will soon be joined by Rohini Kahana and Michelle Newell, who are the co-deputy directors of the Office of Diversion and Reentry, both of whom who come from stellar careers at the Board of Supervisors. Again, we appreciate the chance to be here to share some information and the opportunity to partner with the Civilian Oversight Commission on this work. In September of 2020, the Office of Diversion and Reentry was directed to convene the Jail Population Review Council. I'm just going to refer to it as the JPRC going forward. It is comprised of partners from law enforcement, including the Sheriff's Department, LAPD, the Chiefs of Police of Los Angeles County, the District Attorney, Public Defender, Alternate Public Defender, the Association of City Prosecutors, various health agencies, service providers, county councils, and community organizations. It's a pretty large stakeholder engagement process. We've been tasked with continuing. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I think our deputy directors may be having some trouble getting on. We've been tasked with continuing to build upon the policy and practice changes of the justice partners led by the Superior Court that worked to achieve significant decreases in the jail population that took place in the first few months of the pandemic. A population reduction of around 5,000 was achieved, and it was the first reduction we've seen in many decades as a response to the COVID emergency. It brought us down to the BSCC approved levels, just under 12,000 at the lowest moment. Part of the work that we do includes monitoring the jail population and reviewing what is working and what is needed, especially as the Alternatives to Incarceration initiative, which is being chaired and run by Judge Songhai Armstead, gets up and running, and the county works to implement what the board has termed the Care First approach, where effective treatment, housing, and services are provided first, and arrest in jail is used as a last resort, in line with the research which shows that that is what improves outcomes for individuals and families and makes communities safer. The jail population is now at 14,199, with around 2,000 individuals waiting to be transferred to state prison. Apparently we have slides that are now showing on the screen. Can I just ask, Rohini and Michelle, are you on?
I am. I think Michelle is in the process of joining.
Okay, great. So
And
I'm
I think just to interject here, so if our staff can reach out to Ms. Newell to make sure that she can log on, that would be great. Apologies, Judge, please continue.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just now somewhat confused about where I am vis-a-vis the slides in my presentation. Rohini, maybe you can catch us up.
Back up to the beginning of the slides. I'll take care of the slides.
Okay, so pre-pandemic, the population, the census, daily census in the jail hovered around 17,000, as high as 17,500. And as I indicated, its lowest moment, it was just under 12,000. The population has been hovering around 15,000, but according to my notes today, when these talking points were prepared, we were just over 14,000, with 2,000 individuals being waiting to be transferred to state prison. As you know, state CDCR stopped receiving inmates from the LA County Jail during the pandemic. And so when the average population of people waiting to go to state prison normally is around 700, it ballooned up to 3,000 during the pandemic, which had an adverse effect on the daily census, obviously, but we kept an eye on that. We knew that once that population started moving and dropping in numbers, that we would get closer to the population that we achieved during the pandemic. I also want to add that the state hospital wait list grew significantly during the pandemic for the same reason that the state prison population got larger, and that is because the Department of State Hospital wasn't receiving wasn't receiving patients during the pandemic. That has begun to change for a couple of reasons. They are beginning to receive patients, and we have been removing patients from the jail through our 5th CBR program. There are significant race and health disparities in terms of the jail population, both in race and health, that have not improved despite overall reductions. In fact, well, I don't want to cover anyone else's presentation, but the mental health population in pre-pandemic was about 30% of the jail population. It is now over 40% of the jail population. We as the JPRC have a mandate to track and try to reduce that population, building on the last several years of work within the county to close Men's Central Jail and do things differently, to build up the community system of care, to provide services and treatment to those who need them instead of relying on the justice system to provide that support. We plan to work closely with the newly formed Jail Closure Implementation Team, JCIT, that was created in response to a couple of reports. One was the Men's Central Jail Closure Work Group report that we prepared and have shared with you. And the other was the CEO's report on Men's Central Jail Closure prepared by Jim Austin and his team, which I'm pretty sure you've seen. Today, we will provide you with some data on the jail population and some information about reform efforts moving within the county. And I'm going to turn it over to Rohini at this point.
Thanks, Judge Espinoza. Hi all. Nice to see most of you. My name is Rohini Khanna. I'm now one of the co-deputy directors of ODR. Thank you all so much for inviting us here. So I'll quickly walk us through an overview of the Jail Population Review Council, or the JPRC as we refer to it in short, and some of the important data of who's in the jail. And then my co-deputy director, Michelle Newell, will finish us off by talking through some of the recommendations from our council and from our subcommittees. So we've provided a fair amount of detail in the slides for your reference and review, but we don't have time to talk through all of it today, but we would love to talk through it in questions or in follow-up conversations as necessary.
Rohini, are you able to also share the slide presentation with the commission so that we have it for future reference?
Yes, definitely. We've provided it to Eric, and I don't know, Eric, if you can distribute it to the commissioners, or I can also send it, whatever.
I will share the link right now in the chat for everyone.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so just as a little bit of background, upon its creation, the Jail Population Review Council was tasked with overseeing efforts to continue to safely reduce incarceration in LA County, in line with the county's Care First approach. So we are tasked with working to maintain the jail population below the BSCC rating. Sorry, if we can go to the next slide. Great. Below the BSCC rating with an aim to reduce the population even further. The motion also requires that we track, analyze, and publicly report on a monthly basis data on bookings, releases, and who remains in custody. And the council adopted and seeks to institute the ATI racial equity framework in jail population reduction efforts. And each of our 4 subcommittees were asked to prioritize recommended strategies for jail population reduction that promote community care, racial and social equity, and harm reduction based on a data-driven approach. So that's outlined here. If we can go to the next slide. So, as Judge Espinoza indicated, as of yesterday, the population was just over 14,000, close to 14,200 people. And it looks like today we're closer to 14,090 people. But in order to reduce our population below the BSCC rating, that means that we are required to get below 12,404 people. And with the county's efforts to close Men's Central Jail, that will require that we reduce the population to at least 8,500 people, if not less. Next slide, please. So to get a sense of what it will take to reduce the population, it requires that we understand who's in the jails. We've been fortunate to have the Vera Institute's support in analyzing some of this data. So we'll walk through a presentation that they've prepared. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, thanks. So we are very grateful to the Sheriff's Department for sharing 2 documents on a nearly daily basis that provide daily census information about the population in the jail. The Vera Institute has been able to use this data to create a data dashboard that's publicly available. The link is here on the slide, and that can be accessed, and it shows both current population information as well as trends over the last year. Since they began receiving this information in the fall of 2020. Next slide, please. So I'll just note that this data is from about a month ago. So the population in the jails today might be slightly different, but it's pretty close. So as of September 20th of 2021, the total population was around 14,600 people. There were approximately close to 14,000 women or women identified people. About 4,000 of those people were identified as Black, 8,000 as Hispanic, and the mental health population is just under 6,000. Next slide, please. So the population in the jail has been about 15,000 for almost a year. There was a significant dip in the summer of 2020, just after the collaborative efforts to reduce the population. We got below 12,000 for the first time in decades. And it's stabilized at about 15,000 since the end of last summer. And it's starting to go down slowly, but what this means is that in order to reduce the population significantly, we'll have to make some really intentional efforts to actually reach our stated reduction goals. So next slide, please. So what the data has shown is that the pre-trial and partially sentenced populations have actually increased since March of 2021. So March of 2021, we submitted a report with a plan to close Men's Central Jail as requested by the board. And since that time, all of the other all of the other sections of the population have actually made progress towards that goal, except for the pre-trial and partially sentenced population. So next slide, please. So again, the pretrial and partially sentenced populations are a really significant population of the jail. They were 44% of the total jail population about a month ago. Notably, 56% of women in the jail are pretrial, and the number of people awaiting transfer to state prison has been unusually high. As Judge Espinoza noted, however, we've heard that the number of people being transferred to state prison has actually started to increase very recently, so we should see some reductions based on that. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are still some significant racial disparities in incarceration for both Black and Latinx/Hispanic people. Black people comprise approximately 8% of the LA County population, but 29% of the jail population, and that has remained disparate through the pandemic. And for the Hispanic and Latinx population, Latinx folks comprise about 49% of the county population and 55% of the jail population. And racial disparities are compounded and made even worse for Black women, though those numbers are not shown here. Next slide, please. Additionally, the mental health population has increased during the pandemic. There are currently, or in September, there were approximately 5,950 people in the jail population that were identified as having mental health needs. The population with mental health needs in the jail now comprises about 40%. Pre-pandemic, that was closer to 30% of people. And so the change since 2020 has been an increase in 21%. Sorry, we can go to the next slide. Almost 2 in 3 women in LA County jails have mental health needs. So the mental health population among women is significantly more. About 65% of the women incarcerated at CRDF are identified as having mental health needs, and about 37% of males. Next slide, please. In that population, the moderate observation housing population is seen as rapidly growing. So there's been an increase of nearly 300 people in the moderate observation housing group in the last month. Next slide, please. Great. Okay, so I will turn it over to Michelle. Michelle, were you able to get on?
Yes, hi, I'm here. I think I've been unmuted. Can folks hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Great, thank you. Good to see people. Thank you for having us. So I know I know we have a couple presenters for this item and we're getting short on our time. We knew we had more slides than time. So I can go through this last part just at a pretty high level. And then, you know, we really look forward to any questions and discussion on this really important issue. If we could go to the next slide, thank you. So we have four ad hoc committees that had been meeting and some that have specific recommendations to put forward. But at a higher level, what we were seeing even beyond the committee work, just what the data was really showing us that Rohini took us through, led us to make some just global recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. And to sort of all of the stakeholders. These are not new recommendations. They're obviously things that we know the county has been committed to and working on. But to us, we really thought it was important to underscore the urgency because in order to reduce the jail population based on the data that was just shared, we see that two significant things really need to happen quickly and with serious investment. And the first one is that expansion to the community system of care. You know, obviously, I think that's what the Alternatives to Incarceration Initiative is primarily tasked with. We know there have been a number of efforts to identify what type of beds we need in the community, to make some estimate on the numbers as well. And so we just had kind of urgently called on the board and county to continue to commit to this expansion and to really build out those beds as quickly as possible, because we are certainly hearing from law enforcement agencies that in order for them to reduce arrests and to really shift numbers on bookings, that ultimately people need a place to go. And the lack of alternatives, I think we do see impacts the front end of who continues to come in and then who continues to cycle through. The second global recommendation that we made is just around building out the pretrial services agency. We're really encouraged that the board continues to take action on that. We know there was a recent motion and there's a pretrial work group that's being convened by the Alternatives to Incarceration Initiative. But because again, the data just really shows that we need beds for folks, particularly folks who are sick. And we also absolutely need to address the pretrial population since it's such a large percentage of those who are in the jail in order to reduce the jail population per the mandate of the JPRC. So we just wanted to underscore those two things. Again, they're not new, they're already moving, there's commitment, but we think that they're really central to the work of the JPRC and all the stakeholders. Next slide. And you can go to the next one too. So we do have a field operations and booking committee. And so they have representation from law enforcement agencies throughout the county. They ultimately, due to a number of capacity concerns and the fact that each agency operates differently, it was not feasible for them to move forward sort of priority recommendations like some of the other committees. But what they do is they meet monthly and they look at bookings. And so it is worth sharing, you know, won't be sort of new news to folks, but that bookings are up. I think the estimate was that across the county, they're up about 24% from January. And I think this data is through the end of, July, so August 2021. So that obviously is impacting the flow into the jails. And so we appreciate that people continue to come to the table and really be willing as much as possible to share data and to at least allow us to track what's happening with bookings. Next slide. Perfect. Yeah. So we've kind of been able to break it down between Sheriff's Department, LAPD, and other agencies, which are just grouped, and that just shows the percent related to, like, when we think of the increase to 24%, this is kind of where it's coming from. So it's not just like a one agency issue, you can see from this. Next slide. So we do have a reentry and release committee that is really focusing on how to support folks when they come back down. We recognize, and the committee does too, these are longer term efforts to help lower the jail population. So these are less things that probably are going to have a ginormous impact on the jail population in a month or two. But ultimately, if we are able to meet transportation needs, ID needs, a number of things that are really important as folks are coming home, we do believe, and the committee, believes strongly, all the representation, that will ultimately end up impacting the jail because fewer people would be cycling through. But we understand these are sort of just longer term investments. Some of the things that this committee talked about were things that have come up in ATI, have come up in the Gender Responsive Advisory Committee, have been, the COC has been talking about it. A lot of these things are just things that we think are probably long overdue for the county to invest in. And so there was a few that they prioritized. There's a much longer list of recommendations that were in the report from last summer. So if you can go to the next slide. So that's just another slide related to recommendations from the reentry and release, as you can see, related to like ID cards. We know that the county's been long working on this issue, but there was some ideas on how to fast track it and continue to invest in it, and then some estimate on costs in order to invest in that. Next slide. So we have a committee on court procedures, and the one thing that I will highlight from that, and if people have questions about it, I think Judge Espinoza can certainly talk about it because he was really a lead in that. But that they are trying to do, they did a successful training about LA County judges about diversion, decarceration efforts, ATI, JPRC, a number of the things moving in the county, and then I've really invited the engagement of the judges in this work since we know that this is a really important piece of it. And I think there will be ongoing trainings planned. Next slide. And then we have a number of legislative recommendations that I think, are substantive. Some of them are, quite in the weeds and technical, but that we do think there is an opportunity if the county were to endorse the package, were to choose to sponsor any of these bills, that these would hopefully be able to have an impact on the jail population. Next slide. So there's a few that have just been highlighted that, like, number 4 relates to modifying the penal code around mental health diversion. There's really looking at reducing felonies to misdemeanors, a number of things. We've been really grateful to have strong partnership from the PD's office and other entities to really dig deep into this and are working with the CEO Legislative Affairs Office on this. Next slide. I think we can go to the next one. You guys have all this. It's obviously way too much detail to go through. So that's kind of the high level overview. I don't know if it was already said, but our report should be getting to the board any day now and public. We can make sure that that this commission has it as soon as it is. And then, we look forward to seeing if the Board of Supervisors is able and interested in moving forward any of the specific implementation. So the report has like short implementation plans, the start of implementation plans for these prioritized recommendations, with the hope that that would actually give them a sense of who is the lead entities that could implement them, what it might cost, so that, as an entity, we want to track the data. We want to just be a space for transparency, but also if there is a way for us to help move forward some of these things that will really reduce the jail population, that's the ultimate goal. And so we're looking forward to hopefully some potential action that comes after our report is in, hopefully by the end of this week.
Thank you very much to our presenters. We have 2 more, so thank you to Judge Espinoza, thank you to Rohini Khanna, thank you, Michelle Newell. Before I ask Yvette Allier and Danielle Dupuy to speak, I neglected to call our roll call, and I want to make sure that we get our attendance on the record before we lose folks. Thank you to Commissioner Rubin for bringing this to my attention that we skipped over this piece. So Ingrid, if you could quickly call the roll, and then we hear from our second set of speakers. Ingrid, are you there? Is anyone else from the commission present that can call the roll?
I'll take the roll.
Okay.
Commissioner Bonner,
Present.
Tolentino,
Present.
Giggins,
Present.
Kennedy,
Here.
Thompson. Oh, he's excused. He had a death in the family. Harris.
Present.
Ochin.
Present. All right. Is that everyone?
And Ruben is here.
And Ruben.
Ruben,
Commissioner
all
Ruben.
right. Ruben,
Thank you.
all right. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Got
I think there
everybody.
was like audio issues on my end.
Okay, all right.
But I'm
Got
here, so if you need me for anything else, I'm on.
Okay, all right. Thanks everybody for entertaining the disruption there. So let me now turn to our next speaker, Ms. Allier from Dignity and Power Now. And I apologize, am I saying your last name correctly?
It's Ale.
Ale, thank you very much. Ms. Ale, please proceed.
Well, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Yvette Ale. My pronouns are they, them. I am the senior policy lead at Dignity and Power Now, but I'm also a member of the Gender Responsive Advisory Committee, which spent the last 2 years developing a report that focused on alternatives to incarceration, improving conditions for folks inside of not just CRDF, but the K6G units and any space within the jail system that houses LGBTQ plus folks. So I'm going to start with setting the stage before I delve into the recommendations. So 50 years ago, there was not a single cis woman in the US jail in nearly 3/4 of all US counties. Today, cis women are the fastest growing population in US prisons and jails. US jails and prisons were not designed for cis women or LGBTQ plus people. And among cis women populations, a majority are mothers, often the primary caretaker of their children, and disproportionately women of color. And while research on these populations, particularly the LGB and TGI populations, is limited, it is clear that cis women, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and two-spirit, transgender, and gender nonconforming and intersex individuals in custody have experienced high levels of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse prior to their justice involvement, and that LGBT women are overrepresented at every single stage of the criminal legal system. According to national estimates from the Vera Institute of Justice, 86% of women in jail have experienced sexual violence, 77% have experienced intimate partner violence, and more than 1 in 5 trans women have been incarcerated during their lifetime, and the likelihood is still higher for Black and brown trans women. Next slide, please. In LA County, approximately 1,300 cis women are in custody each day and an additional 382 people in the K6G unit. The latest data from the Vera Institute of Justice Jail Population Tracker shows that the population of cis women in the jail system has increased to 1,432 since the initial population drop at the height of the pandemic, which our friends at ODR spoke about. According to a RAND Corporation analysis, 76% of the cis women held at CRDF have mental health needs and could be safely diverted. While local population data is not available to definitively determine the number of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender and gender nonconforming intersex people in LA County custody, based on national data, the LGB and TGI population appears significant. A recent study based on a national inmate survey indicated that 1/3 of incarcerated cis women identify as lesbian or bisexual. Next slide, please. The racial disparities in these populations is highest compared to every population inside of our jail. While we know that Black people are overrepresented in the jail system as a whole, these disparities are even greater among cis women and the TGI LGBTQ plus populations. Black people make up 8% of the general population, 29% of the population in the men's jails, and 31% of people in the women's jails. Black women also have the longest lengths of stay across both gender and race. Next slide, please. Racial disparities are greatest among those in the K6G unit, also known as the LGBTQ unit, where Black people make up a whopping 40% of that population. Next slide. The Gender Responsive Advisory Committee 2021 report is a result of 2 years of meetings, briefings, and analysis in collaboration with people directly impacted by incarceration, community advocates, county departments, and healthcare workers. The recommendations in the report echo many of the strategies found in the Alternatives to Incarceration Care First Jail's last report of 2020 and build on those findings specifically to address the needs of cis women, two-spirit, TGI, and LGBTQ plus people. We also endorse the recommendations and findings findings of the Men's Central Jail closure report. The recommendations developed and uplifted by the GRAC report are intended to facilitate the board's goals of implementing a care first vision, furthering their anti-racism policy agenda, and closing down of Men's Central Jail. And in order to meet those goals, the GRAC focused on recommendations that improve programming and services within the jail system, enhance reentry initiatives, and expand community-based reentry services to promote successful reintegration into the community, and expanding alternatives to incarceration, including diversion and community-based prevention programs. Next slide, please. While arguably all the recommendations in the report support jail population reduction and MCJ closure, the most impactful set of recommendations focused on pretrial reform. And I was really happy to hear that ODR was also lifting pretrial reform as one of those central strategies for decarceration and ultimately closing down MCJ, which is why I want to highlight this for you today. So according to the Vera Institute of Justice Analysis, 43.8% of people in the men's jails are pretrial. Nearly 45% of the K6G population is pretrial, and 52.2% of the women's jail population is pretrial. These are legally innocent people who have not been convicted of the charges that they are detained for. According to the Vera data from last summer, 84% of the pretrial population do not have holds and are likely incarcerated simply because they cannot afford bail. Others are detained because they are not being linked to diversion services like those offered by the Office of Diversion and Reentry. So our recommendations really hone in on the need to divert folks out of the jail system pre-trial into services. And I'm going to break down some of those recommendations for you. So one of the recommendations is around release hearings and really instituting the practice that prosecutors must show clear and convincing evidence that the individual poses a high risk of intentional non-appearance or will pose a risk of serious physical violence to an identifiable person, and that no conditions of release could reasonably mitigate these two risks. So really putting the burden of proof on prosecution in order to facilitate the release of individuals pre-trial and really uphold the presumption of innocence. A major piece of our recommendations is also community care. We believe that the recommendations of the ATI report, if you can go to the next slide. The recommendations of the ATI report must be implemented, and we've seen the board take some immediate action to establish the pretrial work group, which I'm also a part of. Recommendation 53 focuses on improving and expanding return to court supportive services to reduce failures to appear. So these services can look like text message reminders, transportation to court, child care, like Orange County actually implements child care to support individuals return to court. These strategies have been very effective in other jurisdictions like Washington, D.C., where we see very low non-appearance rates in court. Recommendation 55 focuses on developing a strengths and needs-based system of pretrial release through an independent cross-functional entity situated outside of law enforcement. So an independent pretrial services body is what's needed here. And the needs and strength assessment is a key component of that really rejects the idea of a risk assessment and really focuses on what does this person need in order to return to court. And then recommendation 56 focuses on instituting a presumption of pretrial release for all individuals, especially people with clinical behavioral health disorders, whenever possible and appropriate. And then again, coupled with that warm handoff to a community-based system of care that provides targeted services. Next slide, please. So here are several of our recommendations. Like I mentioned before, an independent pretrial services agency, a needs and strength assessment, community-based trauma-informed and voluntary services. This component is very important. We want to make sure that services are not just another condition of release, but actually offered in a voluntary capacity so that folks can choose to acquire those services, and that these services are delivered by people with lived experience. We know that credible messengers is a much more effective strategy in order to support people in achieving rehabilitation and acquiring services. We've seen those models work really effectively through the Office of Diversion and Reentry here at the county, so we have a model to look at. Also, pretrial services for survivors of harm. This part is key as well, because oftentimes survivors are unable to access services in the height of their trauma. And so being able to provide services for survivors with as much expediency and urgency and effectiveness as those that are accused will keep everybody safe. Least restrictive conditions of release is an important component. We've seen in jurisdictions like San Francisco with the implementation of Humphrey that there's been a sharp increase of over 300% in the use of electronic monitoring. And so the recommendations of the GRAC are actually to move away from harsh and restrictive conditions of release like electronic monitoring, like drug testing, and really focus on providing services, not more hurdles for people to jump through in order to get to court. And of course, robust data collection. Like I mentioned earlier, there is not good data on our LGB and TGI and Two-Spirit community members that are inside of the jail system. So it's really imperative that we are able to collect data safely, and collect data in a way that doesn't compromise a person's safety. But acquiring data is a key component to understanding what the population is and how we can serve them. Next slide, please. So in terms of implementation, like I mentioned before, the Board of Supervisors passed a motion to create the pretrial work group. It is a space where right now we are developing what the county's pretrial system will look like. So it's a really exciting move for the county that we're finally getting to this place where we're developing a cohesive countywide system that's really rooted in a care first vision. The board just this week passed a GRAC-related motion that specifically focused on safely reducing the jail population by expanding services for the populations that the GRAC really honed in on. And part of that motion is directing the jail closure implementation team to report back with a plan and next steps to implementing the recommendations in the report that will most support jail population reduction, and bringing people with lived experience to the table to inform those priorities, and really implementing the GRAC report with that care first lens and care first vision that supports the other work that's moving in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvette, for outlining the work that you're doing with the Gender Responsive Advisory Council, and also thank you for sharing your gender pronouns to make sure that I address you appropriately. Are your remarks concluded, Yvette? Okay.
Yes.
Next, we will hear from Danielle Dupuy, and then we will hear from James Kilgore, who is part of the Challenging Ecarceration Project. Ms. Dupuy, or excuse me, Danielle Dupuy, the floor is yours, and please share your gender pronouns.
Hello, everyone. I'm Danielle. I'm she, her, hers pronouns. I'm here in my capacity as the executive director of the $1 Million Hoods Project to talk with you all a little bit about the neighborhoods and the charges associated with bookings into the county jail. And so I don't have a presentation for you all today, but I'll just give you a little summary of what we found in our data collection efforts. For those of you who may not be familiar with the $1 Million Hoods Project, we are located at UCLA, and we collect law enforcement data from different California law enforcement agencies on the arrests and bookings dating back to 2010, and we map that data and calculate the associated costs of incarceration. So when it comes to the LA County Jail, I think the most up-to-date source for jail population statistics will be the Vera Institute dashboards, which you all probably are already familiar with. But these dashboards provide current information on the jail population, what MDH or $1 Million Hoods does, and that supplements this information, again, is about the neighborhoods where people are from, about the charges that they are arrested for, and estimated costs associated. And so what we do is we provide that information over a period of time. So for a given year, $1 Million Hoods will say how many people were booked or how many bookings there were, because sometimes people are booked more than once into the county jail, versus a snapshot of what's the current population is. And I think it's just important to make that distinction so we really can estimate the sheer number of people impacted. And So when we look at this information, there are two clear patterns that arise. One is that the county spends the most money incarcerating people from just a handful of neighborhoods. These top neighborhoods include, probably unsurprisingly, South Central, Palmdale, Lancaster, East LA, Compton, and Long Beach rise to the top here when we think of where people are from that are booked into LA County Jail and where the most money is spent. And I think $1 Million Hoods, we try to make the argument that instead of spending money to incarcerate those people, maybe we should think about reallocating those dollars to invest in uplifting those communities and providing them the resources that they need. I think the second clear pattern that arises from the data that we collect is that a significant proportion of these bookings are for charges related to mental health and substance abuse issues and of homeless. Now, roughly 20% or more of people booked in the LA County Jail are without secure housing. Similarly, many are charged with possession and actually failure to appear, DUI as well. So supervision violations also make up a significant proportion of bookings. However, we are unable to tell what those supervision violations are for. So in short, that's really what the data that we have shows, and I'd invite all of you to visit our map room, check out some of our reports, which talk about the racial statistics as well as costs and how these break down even by supervisor district.
Thank you very much, Danielle, for your presentation. I will now turn this over to James Kilgore, who is the director of the Challenging Incarceration Project at Media Justice. James Kilgore's presentations, I think, will be particularly helpful as we're thinking through questions about the pretrial population and tools that can be utilized to help reduce the pretrial population, as well as considerations about concerns regarding, for example, electronic monitoring and onerous terms of pretrial release, particularly given that folks are legally innocent. James Kilgore, the floor is now yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Ocean, and thanks to the Commission for giving me a chance to speak here. So I want to just do a little bit of background on where we are with what's happening with electronic monitoring and pretrial justice. We've kind of seen that as there was a campaign to end mass incarceration in the sort of middle 2010s, there was a pressure to put people on electronic monitoring as a so-called alternative. And this pressure has mounted first with the campaign to end cash bail and then with the pandemic. But what's happening is something a little bit surprising. If we look at Harris County, Texas, for example, at the beginning of 2019, we had less than 30 people on electronic monitoring, and today we have 4,000 people on electronic monitoring. And at the same time, the jail population, which fell a little bit during the beginnings of the pandemic, is now greater than it was at the outset of the pandemic. A similar phenomenon has happened in Cook County, Cook County, Illinois, and these are about the two biggest electronic monitoring pretrial programs in the country. But they're kind of a signal to what's happening, to what Yvette Ale referred to in San Francisco, similar things happening in Indianapolis and so forth. So the electronic monitoring programs are growing, but the jail population is not going down. We're not seeing that trade-off that we're expecting to see. Next slide, please. So I don't have a dazzling amount of data here for folks because, quite frankly, electronic monitoring is not an evidence-based technology. We don't even know how many people are on electronic monitoring in the United States or in the state of California. This data is simply not captured. There's no legitimate studies that prove the efficacy of electronic monitoring. No evidence exists to prove that it reduces recidivism, reduces failure to appear, reduces crime, and we don't really have a good idea of what happens to the GPS tracking data that's recorded from individuals who are on this technology. The few studies that we have are equivocal. The biggest study on failure to appear was recently done by Chicago Appleseed and with the Cook County program from 2016 to 2018, with looking at over 4,000 people. They found that 83% of the people who were not on the monitor appeared for all their court appearances, and 82.75% of the people who were on the monitor appeared for all their court appearances. There was no discernible difference, but we don't really see that kind of data being gathered anywhere. Next slide, please. So there's a notion that we just need to follow best practice. From my more than 10 years of research on electronic monitoring, there is no best practice because there is no accountability for the programs themselves. The companies are not accountable. The jurisdictions are not accountable. In the most thorough study of electronic monitoring policies recently done by a team led by Professor Kate Weisbord of George Washington University, they looked at over 100 programs in 44 states, and they didn't find a single program that required a report, an assessment, an evaluation of their program. I've FOIA'd many jurisdictions trying to get such documents. I have yet to see a systematic report like what we see in most other aspects of government or even in the criminal legal system. So we do know, however, that electronic monitoring has a long history of technical failures. One of the most dramatic was in Los Angeles way back in 2014 when there was 20,000 kind of false alarms being put out every month. But that technology is still doing the same thing. And I refer you just for an example, I refer you to Mohawk Johnson, who is a man who's been on pretrial electronic monitoring in Chicago for almost a year. And he has recorded on his Twitter account over 60 instances of the sheriff phoning him and telling him that he's out of his house and violating the rules of his monitor. And in each one of those, he's videoing himself inside his house, in bed, in the kitchen, watching television. So the technology, and everyone I've ever spoken to that's ever been on one of these devices complains about the technical problems that they cause. Next slide, please. We've never seen a major study done to test the physical or the mental health impact of electronic monitors. The only study I've seen of any significance of this was done by the Cardozo School of Law in 2020 and released last year. They surveyed 147 migrants who were on electronic monitoring. 70% reported physical reactions to the device, swelling, open sores, cramps. 20% reported receiving an electric shock from the device. I've had dozens of people email me, send me pictures of the sores on their legs and so forth, all the damage that this technology causes, but we don't have any systematic study of this. We just assume it's an innocent plastic band around people's legs. Next slide, please. Then there's the issue of money. So it's, I mean, it's almost intuitive that it's cheaper than putting people in jail, right? I mean, but the way this is calculated is a little bit obtuse. First of all, saves money for who? It may save money for local jurisdictions, but the costs are now shifted onto the populations who are on the monitor. In many jurisdictions, monitoring fees can rise up to $20, $25. There's one, if you have a high income in Sacramento, you're paying $49 a day to be on an electronic monitor. But it's not just the user fees, but it's the financial costs of somebody who is technically in custody, because quite often people are on 24/7 house arrest. So technically you're in custody, but yet your family is bearing the costs that the state should be bearing for your medical, for your food, for your power bills and so forth. But more importantly, as a jurisdiction, there seems to be this idea that, well, if it costs $4 a day to put somebody on a monitor and $40 a day to keep them in jail, we're saving $36 a day. That's really false economics, because we have to, when we look at a jail, we have to look at fixed costs, which are a huge portion of the cost of any jail. So if we reduce a jail population by 10%, are we going to see, by putting people on monitors. Are we going to see a 10% decline in staffing? I don't think so. Are we going to see a 10% decline in power bills? I don't think so. The other fixed costs are going to be marginally, if at all, affected by a reduction of the population due to electronic monitoring. And there's still costs, additional costs of supervision and so forth, for the electronic monitoring. So we really need to look deeply at any kind of economics of electronic monitoring and not simply accept what companies and promoters of electronic monitoring say. We just compare the daily cost of jail to the daily cost of a monitor. Next slide, please. So, I mean, we hear electronic monitors put forward as an alternative to incarceration, but as previous speakers have said, it's really the most restrictive form of release. It so we call it an alternative form of incarceration because the basic definition of incarceration is depriving people of their liberty. And when you're confining people to their house, when you're restricting their movement, you're depriving people of their liberty. And those limitations and other rules of electronic monitoring basically inhibit people's access to jobs, inhibit people's access to medical treatment, to education, to housing, all of these things because people can't move, because they might not be able to stay in certain parts of a city due to zoning, electronic monitoring zone restrictions and so forth. It inhibits deprives them of their liberty, and it deprives them of opportunities, and it disrupts their family and community because many people have caregiving responsibilities for children or for elderly or disabled family members that don't live with them, and they can't get movement to carry out those caregiving activities. And I mean, I know our time is limited, but I mean, I have dozens and dozens of stories of people who can't even visit their children because they're not allowed out of the house. They can't go to reduce.
James, I just want to ask you if you can conclude your remarks here so that we can hear from Commissioner. So if you could just take another minute to conclude your remarks, I appreciate it.
I have one more slide, thanks. So I think there's the myth that is not perfect, but it's the best option that we have. But I mean, I think previous speakers have said that this should be used for constructive community-based systems of care, not for a technology that simply makes life more difficult for people and doesn't deal with the fundamental underlying things that drive people into jail in the first place. And I think there's the idea that it's the best option we have. It's not much, it's not very good, but it's something. But actually doing nothing is better than doing a punitive, costly something. So I think we have to weigh up the impact of electronic monitoring before we launch into any kind of great expansion of this and thinking that it's going to solve problems that it's not going to solve. It's a technological solution to a social, economic, and political problem. And I really don't recommend that LA County expand this, but find better places to put your resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our presenters. I now want to open the floor to our commissioners for any questions before we take public comment. Commissioner Rubin.
Yes, thank you to all of the presenters. The information that you provided, although not new to many of us, is still shocking in its current form. And when I think back to the almost 50 years ago, the Rutherford decision, the federal court decision, setting forth guidelines for reducing jail population, look where we are. We're really not in any better place. And I certainly hope that, and I'm grateful for the Vera report and their involvement. And I certainly hope that when this is presented to the Board of Supervisors, that finally that there is an effort to really set forth appropriate measures to reduce the jail population so that we're not sitting here again next year and the year after. Just a really quick question, really for anybody who wants to answer it, in particular, perhaps Judge Espinoza or anybody else. Realistically, what do you expect? I know you don't have a crystal ball, but what do you expect to come out of where the board and the public will go in response to your report and all of this information? Can we finally look forward to something happening in the near future?
So let me start, and I don't think I should be the only voice responding to that question, but the Office of Diversion and Reentry currently has 3,000 people in our care in the community, people who have been removed from the county jail through a variety of strategies, all court-based and funded from different sources. We are handicapped at the moment by a cap on our housing, but we are looking forward to the CEO and the board finding additional resources for us to expand our capacity, because during the pandemic, and I've already stated this, and this is one of my greatest concerns, while the general population of the jail was reduced, the mental health population increased as a percentage of the overall population, and there are over 6,000 or around 6,000 people in the jail right now in some form of mental health housing. And the RAND Corporation has made it clear in their study of the jail population that about 60% of those folks can be safely removed. It's just a question of providing resources. I will say that we work closely with the Sheriff's Department in their community transition unit and other divisions within the jail to help us monitor and get folks out. But it's really a question of additional resources before we can have a larger impact. Thank you.
Are there additional commissioner questions? If not, I have a couple of questions, but I also note that we have the sheriff here for our next item. And so I want to quickly take public comment. I appreciate the presentations that have been made. I'll quickly take public comment, and then we can speak to Sheriff Villanueva for our next item. Ingrid, can you please make the announcement for public comment in English and in Spanish? Thank you.
Yes. Buenos días, si necesitan traducción a sus comentarios en español, simplemente digan la palabra español antes de comenzar sus comentarios y alguien le dará instrucciones para proceder. Gracias.
Jennifer, do you also want to make the announcement regarding public comment?
So if you would like to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand in the participant window. If you have any problems with that, please send a chat to the host.
Okay, how many folks do we have for public comment?
We have 5 individuals signed up.
Okay, we will take 1 minute for each individual. Thank you.
And first we will hear from Melissa Camacho. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you very much. This is Melissa Camacho Chung. I'm a senior staff attorney with the ACLU of Southern California. I commend the COC on its decision to play an active role in reducing the LA County jail population. I want to emphasize, though, that the jails are really at a point of crisis that demands swift action. I share Inspector General Huntsman's assessment of the need to reduce overcrowding to ensure that the IRC crisis passes. Before this commission, the Inspector General exhorted the board and LASD to, quote, take the keys, unlock the door, and dump people until you get to 12,000. That is what needs to happen, and with urgency. Because the overcrowding in the jails is causing untenable pressures on housing. It's not only seen in the IRC crisis, but we're seeing a dramatic increase in in-custody deaths. In 2020, 38 people died while in custody. According to the first 6 months of OIG reporting, 25 people have already died in custody. We're facing the possibility of 50 in-custody deaths for 2021. We ask the COC to sound the alarm and push for immediate releases and sharp reduction in bookings.
Next comment will come from Tamara Kay. Tamara, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
I'm going to pass on this item.
Sure. And next we will hear from Q Jean-Marie. You are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
So as we listen to family members, by the way, I'm Pastor Q from the Church Without Walls, Skid Row, also with Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. As we listen to the family members express their pain and trauma this morning, I ask myself, how much of this ongoing trauma can people endure before the city implodes again? Decades of mass incarceration tactics coupled with racism that is embedded into the system is disheartening when you listen to the numbers in the jail population report. Out of over 14,000 people, 8,000 are Latinx and over 4,000 Black. Additionally, when you think about the over 60,000 marijuana conviction that the DA has commuted, this gives us a big picture of the hyper incarceration of this system as it relates to Black and brown folks. And who is left to carry the trauma of this failed system? Those who are overly represented in the failed system. I leave you with this question. Can Black and brown folks trust law enforcement as it relates? Is it not our society that creates divisions? Based on the report, doesn't it make sense that white folks are overly supportive of law enforcement? Doesn't it?
The next comment will come from Rebecca Brown. Rebecca, please go ahead. Rebecca Brown, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move on to the last speaker, which is James Nelson. James, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hello. My name is James Nelson, and I'm with Dignity and Power Now, and where I'm a senior campaign lead, senior advocacy lead, and I just wanted to give some experience around this, you know, because I'm in contact with folks that's inside the county jail that's still suffering through the things that they've been suffering through with the pandemic and everything, where they're not going in to their court dates and so on and so forth. And folks that's down from prison that haven't been sent back to prison or been released because they're down here for court orders. So it's still a lot of issues that's taking place in the county jail that really need to be addressed. And this reduction will address a lot of the issues that people is going through. And again, my condolences to the family that spoke. And again, we have been talking about these same issues for so long now, but we have not seen no results yet. We need results. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Ochin, that does conclude public comment on this item.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much. So we have heard from our speakers. We appreciate all of you for joining us. We appreciate our commissioners. There are some additional questions that I think we should explore regarding the sheriff's authority to reduce the jail population. Chair Rubin mentioned the Rutherford decision, and I hope that the county will give us the resources that we need under Measure R to really delve into the increasing proportion of our jail population that has significant mental health needs. That is something we've been tasked with under Measure R, and yet we have not received the funding that we need to hire a consultant to allow us to really dig into those issues. So as we go forward, we will continue to agendize these matters and really delve into the mental health population during our general meetings, as well as working with our ad hoc committees. We will now turn to discussion of item 2C, which is a discussion with Sheriff Alex Villanueva. We have been going back and forth with the sheriff in terms of discussion of the deputy gangs issue, the sheriff's department's efforts at eradicating subgroups, cliques, or deputy gangs within the department, as well as the sheriff's efforts to discipline deputies that have been found to participate in sheriff's deputy gangs. Sheriff Alex Villanueva indicated that he would attend our meeting. It's somewhat of a back and forth fashion. Initially, we were told that he would come at 10 a.m. voluntarily, and then we were told he would not appear at all. Then we heard that he would be appearing at 10 a.m. We have come to this item a little bit beyond the time that Sheriff Villanueva indicated that he would be present. I'm looking at his screen now, and I don't see Sheriff Villanueva. Do you want to introduce yourself? Is the sheriff intending to come back, or has he left the meeting?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Great. No, ma'am. The sheriff was logged on since 0900 hours. He has other obligations he needed to attend to. I did email Mr. Brian Williams to let him know that. So he will not, he's not going to come back.
Okay.
But I have a statement I'd like to read if you
Just before we get to your statement, sir, can you remind me of your name just one more time?
I'm sorry, I apologize, but my name is George, George Valdez. I'm the sheriff's chief of staff.
Okay, Mr. Valdez, I'm going to ask you to pause just for a second. I'm going to make a couple of statements, then I'll come back to you. And then we'll hear from Commissioner Lael Rubin about the work of the subcommittee on deputy subgroups or cliques. So let me just say this. The commission has worked quite diligently on this critical matter of public concern. Right, deputy gangs go to the core of the operation of the sheriff's department, and the allegations regarding the continued and pervasive existence of deputy gangs in the sheriff's department are deadly serious, right? I've met with families of individuals who have been killed by the sheriff's department, and there are concerns that those deaths were related to, those killings were related to deputy gangs. There have been allegations that deputy gangs operate a shadow chain of command within the sheriff's department and inflict particular harm on vulnerable communities in places like East Los Angeles, Compton, and the Antelope Valley, precisely the places where people like Danielle Dupuis noted that there are significant disproportionate representation of people in the jails. And as the report from Loyola Law School's Center for Juvenile Law and Policy indicated, there are relationships between excessive use of force, deadly use of force, and stations where there are alleged deputy gangs actively operating. In order to try to get to the bottom of this, the Civilian Oversight Commission issued a subpoena at its July 2021 meeting to examine Sheriff Villanueva regarding the legitimacy of, for example, publicly announced criminal investigations, as well as, and in addition, we also issued a subpoena regarding deputy gangs. During its 2021 meeting, we talked about Sean Kennedy's memorandum discussing, for example, a pattern of accusing public officials and other professionals who are in conflict with the department committing crimes. The COC felt it was extremely important and necessary to question Villanueva directly regarding these allegations of misuse of his power by trying to intimidate officials through the public announcement of series of criminal investigations that, as Commissioner Kennedy has noted, have never resulted in charges being filed, suggesting an ulterior motive. As I mentioned earlier, in August, at our August 25th meeting, this commission issued a subpoena requiring the sheriff to appear at our subsequent meeting. For ease of reference, I'll refer to this as our August subpoena. The sheriff was issued this subpoena on August 27th, 2021. The sheriff did not appear at our September meeting. Sheriff Villanueva has made clear that he is refusing to appear pursuant to that subpoena at today's meeting. The sheriff also stated that he will not agree to be placed under oath. The sheriff has not identified any legal basis to support his positions. During the September meeting, the COC voted to issue a subpoena to the sheriff's department, to Sheriff Alex Villanueva, to discuss deputy gangs. The COC issued a subpoena to Sheriff Villanueva for him to attend our meeting on October 15th, directing him to appear today on October 21st. For ease of reference, I'll refer to this subpoena as the October subpoena to the sheriff as context requires. Once again, the COC felt that it was extremely important and necessary to question the sheriff, Sheriff Villanueva directly about a serious issue in the sheriff's department. The October subpoena to the sheriff was served on October 15th and 18th, 2021. We know that the sheriff is available to appear pursuant to this subpoena alongside with the August subpoena, because the sheriff has already stated that he would, quote, voluntarily attend today's meeting. It is therefore clear that the sheriff has no scheduling excuse for not appearing pursuant to the COC's August subpoena or the October subpoena. And he did attend today, obviously, starting at 9 a.m., but he told us he would be here at 10. And if you're appearing pursuant to a subpoena, you stay as long as the meeting requires, right? You stay as long as the commission has questions. You do not dictate the time at which the sheriff will attend. So the sheriff has refused to comply with the COC's lawful subpoenas and to testify under oath. At this point, we're going to hear from Commissioner Rubin, and then we will take up a motion requesting that County Council seek judicial intervention. After we hear from Commissioner Rubin, George, we will hear from you. So Commissioner Rubin.
Thank you very much for that. As you've indicated, Chair Ochin, this has been a very difficult and frustrating time. The ad hoc committee has worked diligently to not only review the RAND report, and we're going to hear from that in its full next month, but also we had a meeting with captains at 3 of the what is called in the RAND report fast stations to try and get their input in terms of what they do to implement the sheriff's policy, supposed policy on eliminating deputy gangs. And that was another very frustrating exercise, because it has been very clear to all of us that the Sheriff's Department's intent in all of this is really to obfuscate what their legal responsibility is. So with that said, we want to make very clear, and I'm sure the other ad hoc members will join me, that we have no intention to go away and just leave this issue. It's been going on too long. Another one of those 50-year disasters, and it is time that we really hold the Sheriff's Department to its responsibility and to uphold the law. And in that regard, the Board of Supervisors has asked the Commission to prepare a report in response to implementation of some of the recommendations in the RAND report. And one of the key issues that that we are responsible for is to get input from the community in terms of what the community, how the community feels about the RAND report and deputy gangs. And so what we are asking, it will be on our website. I'm making this a public plea that we seek ongoing, not just a one-shot deal here, ongoing public comments on the RAND report, which you can either verbally express or even better, to submit written comments by email to the COC, cocnotify@coc.lacounty.gov. So with that, I don't know at this point if other commissioners want to weigh in on these issues, or whether we should proceed with hearing this statement that will be read by the sheriff's representative who is here. So
I think it's a good suggestion, Commissioner Rubin, that we hear from other commissioners, and then we will hear the statement from the Sheriff's Department. So we appreciate your patience. Commissioner Giggins.
Yes, thank you for that, Commissioner Rubin. I think it's an excellent idea to have the public weigh in on the report, the recommendations, and what they think. But my question is, it's a little logistical one. You said it's ongoing. So how is that going to work? Are we going to hear monthly a report on what the commentary has been, or will there be, your committee would bring the information to the entire commission, or after a certain amount of time, they'll be compiled and analyzed, and maybe added to our suggestions? How do you propose to manage this new process?
Well, I think your inquiry makes a great deal of sense. I think it will be important for the ad hoc committee to, within the next several months, to compile the public comments, and then it would be part of a report that we respond to the board with. But before doing that, we will certainly provide it to the full commission, and also separately and apart from, I mean, the commissioners are in fact members of the public. So we would hope that you would also include any comments from the various perspectives and the various communities that that you have been involved in. So thank you for that, Commissioner Giggins.
And I will also say that next month, we are planning to dedicate our entire meeting to this issue of deputy gangs. We have asked our staff to reach out to RAND to provide a presentation. We will be reaching out to other experts as well as the Sheriff's Department. We invite, of course, or we have required the sheriff to attend our meeting to answer questions pursuant to our subpoena under oath. We hope that by then the sheriff will agree to do so for as long as he needs to answer questions, and that he do so under oath. We have invited the sheriff to come to our meetings on numerous occasions. First of all, we ask that a representative of the Sheriff's Department attend all of our meetings, but we have also extended that invitation to the sheriff directly prior to resorting to a subpoena. When the sheriff has attended our meetings on a voluntary basis, we have experienced a sheriff that often engages in long-winded non-responses, who attempts to distract the subject matter from the discussion of the subject matter at hand, whether it be, for example, deputy gangs, or to with regard to intimidation and harassment. So this was ultimately a last resort to try to get a comprehensive and a set of statements from the Sheriff's Department that are being made under oath under penalty of perjury, to get true statements from the Sheriff's Department from direct questions from this commission. The sheriff has repeatedly avoided doing so, claiming he has conflicts, claiming that he can only attend our meetings for 1 hour, when it is clear that every one of our meetings is at least 4 hours. We generally always go from 9 to at least 1 p.m. And nevertheless, the sheriff refuses to attend our meetings in their entirety to answer the critical questions that the public is demanding answers to. Before we turn to Mr. George Valdez, who has a statement on behalf of the Sheriff's Department, I see that Mr. Huntsman has provided some contextual statements in the chat, and because members of the public don't have access to the chat for panelists, Mr. Huntsman, please, I'd invite you to verbalize that statement to give us context in terms of other instances where the sheriff has refused to testify under oath. And we understand that you have some advice to the commission about the statement from the Sheriff's Department that Mr. Valdez would like to read into the record.
As you know, we've also subpoenaed in OIG the sheriff to talk about deputy gangs in particular, and as well as made other efforts to get information out of the Sheriff's Department. In the case of the deputy gang subpoena, the court ruled very clearly that the government code subpoena requirements that placed on the sheriff, and I think by extension all of the subpoena requirements, because this body has the right to subpoena under multiple grants, both from the state legislature, the voters by a 70% margin, and the Board of Supervisors. So there's no doubt that you have strong support, both legal and public, in asking questions. I, to a lesser extent, have the same grant, but to a same legal extent, and the court ruled that, of course, the sheriff must respond absent a specific reason not to. He still, when he appeared, refused to swear to tell the truth. And likewise today, I believe the reason that he was talking about not coming yesterday is because he did not want to swear to tell the truth. Is my understanding. He showed up and then he stepped away, and now he has a presented statement. This statement, and now I'm speaking as your special counsel, this statement is, as far as I know, not a sworn declaration. It is not a substitute for testimony. I don't in any way object to you hearing what anybody from the sheriff's department has to say, because their comments on these incredibly upsetting and dangerous matters for the public are very important. I just want to be clear. It is in no way a substance for the sheriff's testimony. It is not testimony. And, you know, my recommendation would be to simply not even allow it. Say, give a written statement, hand it in and have somebody read it, but to allow him to sit there in the sheriff's chair as though he were the sheriff so that the sheriff can argue in court that he has complied, sort of, I think places you in a slightly less tenable legal position. Not very much, but ever so slightly. So I just wanted to share that advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair,
Commissioner
Chair Urchin, I actually agree with Mr. Huntsman. Why should we put in the record a statement not under oath being read by somebody else from the sheriff's department when, as you previously outlined, we've issued several subpoenas and he has not responded to them? I mean, we could certainly place Mr. Valdez under oath, but that's not the point here. You know, I don't know how you want to proceed, but I think Mr. Huntsman's suggestion is well taken.
I'm inclined to agree with both you and Mr. Huntsman. If there are no objections from the commission, Mr. Valdez, first here's what I propose. I would propose that we will not hear from Mr. Valdez because it is not a sworn statement, just as we would not have heard from the sheriff today because he is not agreeing to give testimony or statements under oath, affirming that he would tell the truth under penalty of perjury. A voluntary appearance is not compliance with our subpoena. A voluntary appearance where the sheriff refuses to make statements under oath is not compliance with our subpoena. A voluntary appearance where the sheriff unilaterally sets a time that he will be here is not voluntary, is not compliance with our subpoena. The sheriff telling us that he will be here at 10 and then coming at 9 and then saying he has a conflict close to the 10 o'clock hour is not compliance with our subpoena. So I will ask the commission, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Rubin that we should not hear a statement read into the record by the sheriff's department unless it is sworn. This is not a sworn statement, and so I will pause here to determine if there are any objections to thanking Mr. Valdez for being here, but declining to hear the sheriff's statement. Are there any objections? Okay, Mr. Valdez, sorry, before I hear from you, before I make that statement, let me just hear from Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, although I agree with everything that's been said here, I don't think that any written statement should ever be a substitution for a statement by the sheriff, whether under oath or not under oath. I would really like to hear from the sheriff's department, but I want to make clear that I don't disagree with the course we're trying to take here. I think the sheriff not complying with our lawful subpoenas is wrong. He should come to our meetings, whether under subpoena or not under subpoena. Any statement he makes to us should be totally truthful, and if that means this commission only feels we can assure the veracity of the statements is by placing him under oath, and so be it. But I'm personally not an objection to hearing the written statement from the sheriff, recognizing, of course, it is a written statement. It is not being made under oath or under penalty of perjury.
Other statements, Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes, I want to respond to my good friend JP Harris and respectfully disagree. Measure R with 73% of voter approval gave us subpoena power precisely to have the ability to serve a subpoena on the sheriff to appear and answer our questions under oath. The sheriff's refusal to appear pursuant to a subpoena and be sworn under oath is a huge red flag, in my opinion, that there is a serious problem in the organization. Why on earth would the top law enforcement officer of LA County have a problem complying with a lawful subpoena to give testimony about the presence of deputy gangs within the department and allegations that he has secret police who are intimidating oversight officials. He should proudly come to answer our questions and testify under oath. And yet we have seen in the last 24 hours, constantly changing positions, thereby wasting the time of the professionals who prepared for this hearing and wreaking havoc on the COC proceedings this morning. In a court, when a witness violates a subpoena, the judge issues a bench warrant for the witness's arrest. Obviously, we are not a court, but the court certainly does not reward violating a subpoena with impunity by allowing the recalcitrant subpoenaed witness to send an emissary to read an unsworn statement, which I assume will defend the unprincipled position. This commission cannot tolerate the level of disrespect to the commission, to the rule of law, and to the public. So while I appreciate Mr. Valdez being here and being willing to read a statement if we were to hear it, I think this commission should not hear it.
Are there any other, so we heard from Commissioner Harris an objection. Are there any other objections? Commissioner, so I'll hear from Commissioner. So again, objections to us thanking Mr. Valdez, but not hearing the statement. So if you object, this is the time to speak. So we've heard one objection and a response from Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Tolentino, do you object to us declining to hear the unsworn statement?
No, I was merely reinforcing what Commissioner Kennedy was saying with respect to subpoenas. To take the path of not enforcing the subpoena is an abdication of our responsibilities to the community, to the county, and I think we should just go ahead and move on.
Thank you very much. So Commissioner Harris, you will get one last comment here, and then we will move on.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that everyone is clear. I am not for a moment giving the sheriff a pass. He needs to come before this body. He needs to testify before this body. I'm not opposed to hearing a statement, but I don't want anyone to think for a moment that I think the sheriff does not have to comply with a lawful subpoena issued by this commission. I absolutely agree wholeheartedly with all the statements that have been made concerning that issue. So please make sure everyone is very clear. I totally support that, having the sheriff come before us and testify to us in person under oath.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Harris. So it sounds like we have a majority of commissioners present who are in favor of declining to hear the statement by Mr. Valdez at this time because it is unsworn and it is not compliance with our subpoena. Again, the sheriff, we appreciate that you are present. We invite you, Mr. Valdez, to continue to attend our meeting, to listen to the remainder of our discussion. Obviously, there are important matters before the commission that touch on the work that you do. And we hope that you will advise the sheriff as his chief of staff to attend our meetings and to make statements under oath pursuant to our subpoena. I know that you are not the sheriff and you don't determine what the sheriff does. He's an elected official. He makes those determinations and he has chosen to ignore our August and October subpoenas. So thank you so much, Mr. Valdez, but we will not hear your statement at this time. You're more than welcome to send that statement as an email to our executive director, but we will not hear it at this time. At this time, we will move on with our discussion. During our September meeting, we asked County Council to pursue all legal remedies to enforce our subpoena for the September meeting when the sheriff did not appear. I would be happy to entertain a motion for a similar request for county council to enforce our subpoena for this meeting to pursue all legal remedies to enforce our October subpoena. Is there such a motion? So we have a motion by Commissioner Rubin. Is there a second?
I'll second, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Harris.
Chair Ochin, I believe that, I mean, we should get county council's input, but I would suspect that it will require issuing a new subpoena to the sheriff for our November meeting.
That's a good question. Thank you, Commissioner Rubin. Alex, are you there?
Yes, hello. I'm not sure I understand the question. Is the question whether or not a new subpoena needs to be issued in
Right,
order
so-
to pursue legal remedies?
No, so I think there are two questions. One is we obviously issued a subpoena for the sheriff to appear at today's meeting. He did not, so there are two separate questions. One is obviously this motion would be asking county council to pursue all legal remedies to enforce the subpoena for today's meeting. We obviously would like the sheriff to come as soon as possible at our next meeting, which would be November, I believe it's November 18th, to speak to both. So our meeting on the 18th will be about deputy gangs. And so the question is, do we need another subpoena for November, or is the fact that we have issued a subpoena for October sufficient?
I would advise the commission to also issue a new subpoena for November.
Okay, so we have, let's first take up this motion, and then we will take up the motion on a new subpoena. Alex, is it the case that we need to take public comment on this motion about pursuing legal remedies?
Yes, prior to the commission taking any action on either motion, public comment is necessary.
Can we have two motions on the table, or do we need to act on them separately? Can we have two open motions on the table? Or can I ask this of the motion maker, Commissioner Rubin, and the seconder, Commissioner Harris? Can we amend your motion to one, authorize or request that county council enforce our October subpoena utilizing all legal means available? And can we add a second piece, which would be to request that the Office of the Inspector General serve a new subpoena to Sheriff Alex Villanueva under our Measure R authority to attend our meeting on our next meeting in November regarding deputy gangs, to answer questions about how the sheriff is responding to the existence of deputy gangs within the department, and to answer those questions under oath. Would you accept that as a friendly amendment to now have two parts to your motion rather than one?
Yes, I think it's appropriate that both issues be in the same motion. So I welcome that amendment.
I agree.
Okay, wonderful. So we now have a motion that has both request to county council to enforce our subpoena for today's meeting and the issuance of a new subpoena for November. Okay, so we have that motion on the table. We will now move to public comment. Jennifer, can you make the announcement for public comment in English? And then Ingrid, I invite you to make the statement for public comment in Spanish.
Yes, and we do have 10 individuals who have already signed up for public comment. If you would like to sign up, please raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host. And now an announcement in Spanish.
Buenos días, si necesita hacer su comentario o necesita una traducción a su comentario en español, por favor diga la palabra español antes de comenzar y alguien le dará instrucciones para cómo seguir con sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you.
Will we continue with 1 minute?
No, actually, we will take 2 minutes on this item. We will revert back to our original 2 minutes. Thank you.
Comment will come from Richie Sergenko. Richie, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, yes, this is Richie Sergenko from the People's City Council. I want to say that this committee should pursue all available actions in pursuing Villanueva defying two subpoenas. He just put out a statement right now on Twitter, an 11-point thread, justifying that he waited for an hour and 20 minutes to speak, and he said his legal counsel was not available. He keeps coming up with new reasons, and truly, this committee should pursue all legal remedies. And is that holding him in contempt? What exactly can you do? Because it's a practice, a common practice by Villanueva and the sheriff's department to avoid all accountability. And I agree with what Chair Ocean said. Valdez and people from the sheriff's department should come to every meeting, come listen to all of the agenda items. I think they don't want to be held accountable. They're afraid to be held accountable because if Villanueva were to come here and speak under oath, he would either have to lie about his knowing of deputy gangs or plead the fifth or dance around questions. But there is the existence of deputy gangs. We know that for sure. And they are actively harassing people on this oversight committee. The families of the ones that they have, they have killed. What exactly is this committee going to do? What can you do in regards to him defying these subpoenas? And it needs to happen immediately. Like the Vargas family and other families are still being harassed by the deputies in East LA. What exactly is happening? Villanueva approves of that and is probably ordering that to happen. He needs to be held accountable, and you all need to use the power that you have.
Next, we will hear from Raquel Gamero. Raquel, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Raquel Gamero, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Can you guys hear me?
We do, yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just would like to say that I think it's fairly unfair that you didn't allow the statement. I think for both parties to come to an agreement as a citizen of LA, I would like to hear from both sides. I am extremely disappointed with some of your comments. I felt they were very biased against the sheriff. I can understand the frustration on both sides, but I just feel in order for you guys to make any advancement towards fixing issues, I think you guys are going to have to come to the table without being biased and pettiness. So just as a concerned citizen, I just wish that you guys would be a little bit more unbiased. And as citizens, we don't want to hear the pettiness on either side. And I'm just hoping that you guys can come to the table, like I said, in a positive way, because as the public, we're watching this and we're just disgusted. We're really disgusted. And in order for you guys, again, to move forward, you're pretty much presenting, seems like a school fight. So hopefully you guys can get to the point of respecting one another and making some positiveness and stop being petty. Thank you.
And next we will hear from Tamara Kay. Tamara, please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Power and strength to all the families that have been impacted by sheriff violence and continue to be harassed to this day on a regular basis with zero accountability for the murder of their loved ones and this harassment that continues. A couple of the commissioners mentioned that, if this was a civilian that had been subpoenaed, and I'm sorry, I can't remember who directly mentioned it, but if this was a civilian that had been subpoenaed, there'd be a bench warrant out for our arrest if we didn't comply, right? So there should be some measures taken beyond the subpoena to hold the sheriff accountable because he's not above the law. I understand he's a point official. I know a recall is, a big ordeal. It takes lots of money, but there's got to be a way to hold him accountable. It's clearly a deep-seated problem. If he cannot show up and under a subpoena and comply under oath, because he obviously, if a corporation like RAND, which is, I believe it internationally known, has a report on deputy gangs within the sheriff's department, and he cannot comply to a subpoena and under oath testify. And he's even mentioned that he has acknowledged that there are deputy gangs. So he's just avoiding the truth, and he should be held in contempt. And we need some measures taken to protect these families because it's an ongoing harassment. So absolutely, like other previous callers said, we need to take every measure, every power that you absolutely have in the community. Just like the council members that have been indicted by the FBI, so should he.
Thank you. And that does conclude your time. Next, we will hear from Rebecca Brown. Rebecca, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Rebecca Brown, please go ahead. Okay, still hearing nothing. We will move on to Q, Jean-Marie. Pastor Q, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you do.
Yes. So I have a question. What is it the sheriff is doing that is more important than communicating with the commission, which represents all the people of Los Angeles? Regarding his 1.5, he said he waited for an hour and a half for the commission. So as soon as the sheriff shows up, the commission is supposed to stand at attention and just do whatever he wants and accommodate him. I've been coming to these meetings for years, and at times we've waited 4 and 5 hours to give public comments, and sometimes for 1 or 2 minutes, never the amount of time that he would get to explain himself. Is the sheriff greater than us? Is he better than those who voted him into office? Sheriff gangs are not just a matter of minor disagreements. I get tired of hearing that these people are making this as it's a minor. Sheriff gangs are not minor disagreement, but a life or death situation. We, the people who are most represented in the Rand report, have experienced this disrespect from the sheriff before. He has given written comments before. He has done this over and over again. He has no respect for anyone who seeks to hold him accountable. He attacks the board of supervisors. He attacks everyone. So I leave you with this again. Based on the Rand report, can Black and brown folks trust law enforcement? And is it not our society that creates this division? Based on the report, doesn't it make sense that white people would be more likely to support law enforcement than Black and brown folks? It's just a simple question. Lives have been damaged, families have been destroyed. And who are those people, right? Numbers don't lie. So the sheriff, I mean, we have been here and we're wasting our time. And I suppose he'll find another way not to adhere to the subpoena that we're going to send to him.
And
so
next,
please,
we will hear from James Nelson. James, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Again, yeah, James. And I want to thank Ruben, Giggins, Ocean, Huntsman, Kennedy, and all those others that's on board with like holding this sheriff accountable. Because just like Pastor Q just mentioned, for so many years, we showed up and where we had to spend all day, to give a 2 minutes comment, right? But again, too, the caller that called in sound like not really familiar what this process has been like. It's been fair, and it's been about holding somebody accountable. For the sheriff to be in there and carrying out the way he is apparently, obviously, that he's covering up gang activity. I'm a former gang member. I know the mentality of a gang member. And what they doing is really gang activities. They victimizing the community. And right now, that's not of importance to him because otherwise he would have been in this meeting. Again, I just thank y'all for bringing that up because even to hear from the sheriff, a right-hand man that he sent to the meeting, if anybody else do anything like that, it's considered hearsay. Right now we don't need hearsay. We need some questions answered because as we sitting here having this meeting, it's still some more victims taking place in our communities. Since we've been in this meeting, I'm in communication with a guy in Lancaster prison that was victimized by the Vikings. And all he's been trying to get for 30-some years was a set of fingerprints that now can nobody find. So I just want him to be held accountable because nobody is above the law, and the community is bigger than anything. And right now, we need to stand up for the communities, and I commend this commission for standing up and keep pushing. But now, since he's not complying, he's conducted himself as a gang member, being evasive and not want to comply. So we need to think about what we're going to do next. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Christian Contreras. Please go ahead, Christian.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Contreras. I'm a civil rights attorney and a criminal defense attorney. I represent various individuals against the county, including Isaias Cervantes, Jorge Serrano, and the Vargas family, and the list goes on, unfortunately. So I do want to talk about specifically some observations about the RAND report. I'm very happy the report is out. We were fighting tooth and nail in Discovery to obtain this report. And it's a great report, but unfortunately, one of the inherent flaws in the report is that it's predominantly based on survey responses. So you're telling me that you're going to ask deputies who uphold the thin blue line and the code of silence to voluntarily provide information that may be incriminating to a third party, and which will undermine their entire existence. So the overall response rate for the survey was only 16.8%. So 16.8% of the 10,000 deputies within the sheriff's department responded to this survey. And of that response rate, of patrol was 16.5 and custody was 12.9. We know that custody, of course, the men's central jail is one of the most vicious places, the 3,000 boys, 2,000 boys, and that's one of the issues with the entire patrol is that these deputies start off in the jails, they get really radicalized, and then they go on patrol and they harass individuals. So I do appreciate the RAND report and the efforts of individuals such as Professor Kennedy, but I think what really must be done is to relinquish the protective orders that myself and parties are bound by, and more truth and more information could come out as to the truth behind really what goes on in the sheriff's department. So thank you. I see my time is up, and I'll see you guys at the next meeting. Thank you.
So I just wanted, before we call the next person, I want to note, we are, of course, providing everyone with 2 minutes of time, but if you can make your statements in under 2 minutes, we would greatly appreciate it. Of course, you can take the 2 minutes, but we'd encourage you to try to make your comments a bit more concise so that we can fully get through the remaining items on our agenda, which are of equal importance. Thank you all.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Lita Ramos. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Lita.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Lita Ramos. I'm a faculty at Cal State LA, Latinx faculty for Black Lives Matter. Thank you, commissioners, first of all, for defending our democracy, which clearly Sheriff Villanueva willfully dismantles these democratic principles that we hold true every day. And quite honestly, this Villanueva behavior is becoming a national embarrassment. The commission should urge the Board of Supervisors to overhaul the entire Sheriff's Department, including a ballot measure that would amend the LA County Charter to maximize civilian oversight and community control over the sheriff and LASD. For decades, we faced a crisis of tattooed deputy gangs among the ranks and management of the LASD. This is human rights abuses. I am concerned that we are living in Los Angeles in a low-wage war against our communities. And I'm really concerned as an educator for our children who are subjected to persistent traumatic stress daily, watching their back, wondering whether they're going to get shot by the police. I'm also concerned that Villanueva is spending his money and time campaigning dressed in community conversations that are really not that. He held a meeting this week to apparently speak with Latino immigrants and indigenous communities at the Church of Scientology. It was very disturbing. So again, I please urge the commission to do its best to hold our democracy in check. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Julie Martinez. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Julie.
morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I do agree with the past speaker that the major one demand should be the commission should urge the Board of Supervisors to overhaul the entire Sheriff's Department, including a ballot measure that would amend the LA Charter to maximize the civilian oversight and also community control over the sheriff and LASD. I wanted to focus on in our individual family being targeted by gang members. I did have an extensive read in the RAND report, and I continue to go back on it. However, before I even began to start, I attempt to attend almost every one of Sheriff Villanueva's town halls and weekly Wednesday meetings. You need to know, if you're not paying attention, he is unstable. He has an odd jumble assortment of comments. He's across the board. He represents Los Angeles Sheriff Department as an unstable voice. He utilizes this time to mock the COC, mock your power. It's really disturbing as a resident of LA County to realize that this man is still in power, and how and why in 2021 we are still allowing gangs that openly adopt white supremacist and neo-Nazi ideologies and imagery. LASD gangs regularly have been targeting community members. My grandson was shot by a prospect of the Bandidos. When he was first shot, community members came forward, but we did not have any proof that he was a Bandito member until a whistleblower came forward in a taped interview with his face hidden and admitted that Deputy Savager, yes, indeed, was a member of the Bandidos gang. And this man was in fear of his life, in fear of the safety of his family. Again, thank you for the RAND report. Please do more to protect our community from deputy gangs. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Isaac Tucker. Isaac, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. So first and foremost, I wanted to say that I agree with the preacher, the lawyer, and the BLM coordinator, just to piggyback on those sentiments. And then second to that, I want to say that I think that Villanueva is unprofessional, consistently out of compliance, and intentionally so. To my understanding, he was supposed to be here at 10, showed up at 9. And like the preacher mentioned, people wait hours to be able to be heard for minutes, which is ridiculous when he's voted into office by the public of Los Angeles. And so with that said, I think that there's a matter of politics versus procedure here. It's a matter of procedure that we all only get 2 minutes to be able to speak our piece. But it's a matter of politics to hold this man in contempt, to be able to reinforce the subpoena. And I think that the second that he clocks out of being a police officer, he needs to be held in contempt of the subpoena that you all issued. And then subsequently, he should be brought back in to speak his piece under oath. I think that that's only fair, and I think that that's only right. If I get in trouble with the law, they come find me. Just because he is the law from 9 to 5 or whatever his shifts are, doesn't mean that he gets to clock out of responsibility as well at that point in time. It's not a blanket. His badge is not a blanket from like the law and the like. But I'll end there with 30 seconds left.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate.
Next, we will hear.
We appreciate. I just want to say to the folks who just spoke, we appreciate you concluding a bit early. Appreciate that.
Next, we'll hear from Jack London. Jack, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I first want to say thank you to Mr. Huntsman for always being incredibly transparent with the press. We definitely appreciate it. I wanted to share some thoughts as a reporter, as an editor, and then as a citizen. I'm a little concerned as an editor that some of the information the COC has and has been put out is not accurate. As a matter of fact, in some of these investigations that are going on that are being called political, they're not just being investigated by the sheriff department. I have emails from George Gascon, from the U.S. Attorney, from the FBI, that some of these are being investigated by a number of different agencies. So I just, might want to be more careful about what you say. Also, and just verify it. Also, I had asked for the code of conduct and some other documents from the COC, and I was wondering if I could get those because no one's above the law, and we need everybody be compliant. But as a citizen, I want to share a thought. I understand that Ms. Giggins and Peace Over Violence went out a couple weeks ago and helped a rape victim, a 16-year-old girl coming off LA Metro. I wrote a story about it. And I want to thank Ms. Giggins for doing that. However, it's indicative of a bigger problem that we're all, as others have said, we're all fighting. I would like to see the COC issue a subpoena to Alex Villanueva to find out how we're going to stop the crime, especially in Holly Mitchell's district, which is a district of death for Black and brown and white kids. And Ms. Oseen, if you could, I asked you for the handbook. You didn't respond to me, so if you could get that back to me, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Have a great day, guys.
Mr. London, you can contact the Civilian Oversight Commission staff, which I believe that you have. They will respond to any public information requests. Of course, we are certainly not above the law, and we're happy to get you the information that you are requesting. So they will respond to you directly. And I will just say that I live in Supervisor Mitchell's district, and it's decidedly not a district of death. It is a vibrant district with plenty of Black and Latinx folks in the community that are hardworking, who are deeply loving and care about justice in LA County. So I will just personally take exception to your characterization of Supervisor Mitchell's district. We'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Andres Kwan. Andres, please go ahead.
Hello, Andres Kwan, ACLU, Southern California. Once again, the supposed cowboy and cowardly sheriff is hiding behind his wall of secrecy. And as Commissioner Kennedy put it, the top law enforcement officer in the county can't even be trusted to follow the law. But we know with AB 1185, we couldn't be clear that he cannot defy your authority to subpoena and is violating the law. But he's doing it again. So he can drag his feet and force the county to take him to court again and again. And this morning shows we just can't continue to rely on the county litigating over each and every subpoena Villanueva defies. I mean, what's going to stop him from defying the subpoena for your November meeting? So first off, have him held in contempt of court. Second, and more importantly, what we really need is a stronger system of civilian checks and balances that would prevent this kind of obstruction and oversight once and for all. So commissioners, it's really past time for the board to bring about structural changes, or how the LA Times put it, radical overhauls of the Sheriff's Department. Deputy gangs are only a symptom of a pervasive and deep-rooted culture in the department of lawlessness, secrecy, and brutality. And it's really not about some bad apples. It's an entire tree that's been rotten to its core, and Villanueva is a product of this culture, one that has persisted even with Baca and Tanaka going to prison. And so, commissioners, as part of your holistic set of recommendations due to the board on eradicating deputy gangs and addressing related issues, we need to go big. We need to overhaul the entire department, ultimately through state legislation, and even considering abolishing patrol for the department. And even though much structural change needs to be done through state law, we can still do everything we can locally to maximize civilian oversight. We can do this through a ballot measure that would amend the county charter to strengthen civilian oversight and our system of checks and balances. The last sheriff restructuring charter amendment was 20 years ago, but as we've seen with deputy gangs festering, that did nothing. A generation later, it's past time we amend the charter again.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Latrice Allen. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Latrice.
I just want to, listening in on this meeting, hearing the heaviness of it, I just wanted to make sure to encourage everybody that we focus our efforts on the solutions, as someone else said. I can't even imagine the position of our law enforcement, especially the sheriff. If we're saying that, I mean, that exists, and then to say, now be here and speak on it, can't even imagine the depth of it. But I would just think that shutting them out and not allowing them to speak is in the wrong direction. A lot of people really don't even understand the amount of sacrifice and pressure that our law enforcement has to go through on a day-to-day basis for us to be home. It was like, well, where is he at? If he's not here in the meeting, where is he? We have to be careful at our tones and our respect levels across the board. I feel like we're coming off Corona. We're coming off a pandemic, something that changed everybody's world. And we can't come off that and go back into the status quo as far as BSing and not putting life first. She mentioned, Miss Priscilla just said something about loving individuals and those that are wanting the best. That's what we need to be setting our sights on. So this is my first having a chance to hear this conversation. I have to say I was in absolute tears. And it just hurts me because I work in our community. I work with our families, figuring out ways to help us all be better. And I just know that has to be with open hearts and with open communication. Him sending someone there, he's the chief of staff. He's a capable person, and you all shut him down. Our sheriffs, you look at their face, they're forced into a position to have to hold so much. They're humans at the same time, sacrificing for all of us. So we gotta love them too. Everybody needs that.
We'll hear from Sylvester Ani. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Sylvester.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Sylvester Anning Jr., a congressional candidate in the 38th District of California. And the reason why I'm speaking today is because if the individual who is tasked with leading the sheriff's department is above the law, but he is also tasked with upholding the law, is there any law? I'd like to, push back against one of the speakers that spoke earlier and said that this is petty. This back and forth, because it's not petty to the families who have been most impacted by the sheriff and the sheriff's gangs. This is behavior that's become, really blatant and with no disregard for human life, no regard for what the law is, and really just an abuse of all the laws and just trampling on that and on the hearts of the community members and the families that are mostly impacted. I'll speak, even specifically on, Marco Vasquez Jr., who was murdered, a couple years back, mental health crisis. Frederick Holder, who was murdered in my district, and he was holding a lighter, and they said it was a gun. Nobody's held accountable. These are our families that don't get answers, don't get any type of reprieve or any space to really breathe, because not only their families, but other families continue to be harmed by these practices with the sheriffs. So I wholeheartedly believe that we need to hold Sheriff Villanueva accountable. He is not accountable to anybody, and he needs to be reprimanded and be removed from his position. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Valerie Vargas. Please go ahead, Valerie. Valerie Vargas, you're unmuted. Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, hi. Good morning or good afternoon. This is Valerie Vargas. My nephew was killed by the East Los Angeles Sheriff's Department by two members of the Bandidos gang. We did have two whistleblowers who did out the two deputies who murdered my nephew. And this whole discussion on the RAND part, it's really everything that families even before me have been talking about for the past few years. I could go back to Helen Jones, whose son John Horton got murdered by the 3000 boys from the jail system, which is where it actually starts. Hearing Villanueva come on this morning and talk about how he had to wait an hour and a half to speak when he could go live, talking about cowboy hats and the board of supervisors, and just, he goes on and on and on. I really hope this, I really want to thank the commission board for having the next civilian oversight meeting dedicated to the deputy gang. So I'm going to hold off and to talk then. But the public is in dire need of some kind of protection from these gangs. There's really nowhere for us to even complain or make reports and get help. Much love to the families, and thank you everyone who's calling in support of eradicating these deputy gangs and sheriff violence in Hull.
that conclude your remarks, Valerie? Okay, hearing nothing else, we will move on to Michelle Infante. Michelle, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners. Not too long ago, Alex referred to the commission as a kangaroo court. He came today and he bounced. So who's the kangaroo now? I feel like we need to focus on an oversight specifically for deputy gangs. On a monthly basis, the families aren't being heard enough. What happens is some of you monopolize the time to complain about what the sheriff is doing to you, and this platform was not made for that. And it was really upsetting to me and to the families last month to hear commissioners complaining about what the sheriff has done to you when the sheriff has killed their families. And like Stephanie today, when she was saying she's part of a group of people that are being missed. These are families who are indirectly impacted. They're not the mom or who's lost a son. These are extended families, and these families are being tortured on a monthly basis. And the best our commission can do is to come once a month and spend a little bit of time and it be a part of a very small agenda. You need to consider an oversight that focuses solely on families that are being affected by deputy gangs. They're killing our people and creating a whole community of mentally unwell families. Please, please think about bringing an oversight that focuses solely on deputy gangs, because it's evident there are so many issues and agenda items the commission has to focus on, and you don't have enough time to deal with one that is very important and that should be a part of your agenda on a monthly basis. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Mateo Nagasi. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Mateo.
Yes. Mateo Nagasi, volunteer.
So it seems like you may be in an area with low reception. If you could speak closer to the microphone, that would be helpful.
Can you hear me now?
Little, yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please make your statement.
All right, great. So this is Mateo Nagasi, volunteer with.
Unfortunately, I'm so sorry. We can faintly hear you. So what we would invite you to do, Mateo, is to make a written statement. We'll try one more time. If we can't hear you, then we'll continue. Go ahead. No, I'm so sorry, Mateo. It's not working. So please submit your written statement, and perhaps by the end of the agenda, we can get this worked out and you can make general public comment. Okay, so I think is that the last person on our list, Jennifer?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor, which is to instruct county or to request county council pursue all legal remedies available to enforce our subpoena for October 21st for the attendance of Sheriff Alex Villanueva, and secondly, to request that the Office of the Inspector General issue another subpoena to the sheriff for him to attend our November meeting on the subject of deputy gangs under our Measure R authority. That is the motion on the table. It was moved by Commissioner Rubin, seconded by Commissioner Harris. We will now take a vote. Jennifer, please call the roll for the vote.
Commissioner Bonner? Commissioner Giggins?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Chair Ochin?
Yes.
Commissioner Rubin?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Tolentino.
Okay, the motion passes. We are now through that item. We will take a 10-minute break here. It's 11:28, so we will be back at 11:38. Let's take a quick 10-minute break and then we'll proceed with our agenda. Thanks, everybody. Folks, this is just a 2-minute warning. We're coming back in 2 minutes at 11:38.
And as our folks coming back in front of their computer, please be sure that you turn your camera on so that we are aware of who is returned.
All right, folks, we're back from our break. So make sure we have a quorum here. So Commissioner Giggins, Commissioner Harris. I don't know if we lost Commissioner Tolentino. Commissioner Rubin. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started, but we hope that we can get our colleagues back so that we can take action. But I believe that we have, there's 1, 2, 3 folks here. If we get the other 2 back, we'll have 5. So we'll have sufficient numbers to continue with anything that requires us to take action. Okay, so everybody, welcome back. We will move on to our next agenda item, which is listed on the agenda as discussion with Under Sheriff Timothy Murakami regarding Special Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Investigative Unit and related matters. As you all know, we subpoenaed the testimony of Under Sheriff Murakami as it relates to our oversight work regarding allegedly improper use of the Sheriff's Department's authority to investigate, intimidate, and harass oversight officials, not to speak of the kind of harassment and intimidation that families have described from the Sheriff's Department, but in particular, we're interested in understanding more about LASD's civil rights and public integrity detail, which seems to operate in the shadows and without much public visibility and therefore very little public accountability. We were told, I believe, Mr. Williams, can you update us on what response we got from Under Sheriff Murakami in response to our subpoena? Can you just describe that very briefly?
Sure. We received a communication from his office indicating that he would be unavailable to testify today because of a conflict, but also because of a health issue. So we forwarded that information to County Council, and I don't think we've received a reply based upon that information, but he is not here today based upon the information that he sent us this week.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Williams. So just to recap on at our September 23rd meeting, the commission authorized OIG to issue a subpoena for the testimony of Under Sheriff Murakami. This subpoena was served on October 15th and October 18th, 2021. As Mr. Williams just indicated, on October 14th, Sheriff Murakami wrote to the commission's executive director that he will not attend the commission's meeting, quote, due to a previously scheduled event. And he indicated for health reasons he would not attend any future COC meeting. I think it's obvious, as was reflected in our discussion about Sheriff Villanueva's refusal to comply with our subpoena, that we are deeply concerned by this response and its lack of respect for the Civilian Oversight Commission's oversight authority. We expect that County Council will evaluate the undersheriff's claimed reasons for not being able to comply with the subpoena and to seek judicial intervention. So I would ask the commission at this time for a member of the commission to make a motion requesting that County Council take steps to legally enforce our subpoena for the testimony of the undersheriff. And I understand that there's also an additional subpoena that Commissioner Kennedy would like to have issued. So Commissioner Kennedy, would you like to make that motion and include the additional subpoena that you'd like to have issued?
Thank you, Chair Ochin. Yes, I'd like to make that motion regarding Undersheriff Murakami. If he has a legal reason not to appear, he should have moved to quash the subpoena, not just no-show. So I think it's important that we pursue all legal remedies regarding the serve subpoena. Also, the past month, there's been a lot of information in the public domain about Detective Mark Lilienfeld, who appears to occupy some high role in the in this specialized unit, public integrity, or as it's known in some circles of LASD, the quote secret police. And so I think that in addition to trying to enforce our subpoena against the undersheriff, we should issue a subpoena to Mark Lilienfeld of that unit.
Is that a motion, Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes, that's what I'm intending. I'm making a motion that we do both of those things.
Thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Tolentino seconds that motion. I'll now open it up to discussion from the commissioners before taking public comment for a minute per member of the public. Are there comments from members of the commission? Okay, seeing none. Jennifer, how many folks do we have for public comment on this item?
Not seeing anyone with their hand raised for this item.
Okay, well, maybe let's make the announcement in English and in Spanish, and then we'll see how many folks would like to make a comment.
Would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host. And now an announcement in Spanish.
Buenos días. Si necesita traducción a sus comentarios en español, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar sus comentarios y alguien le dará instrucciones para proceder. Gracias.
Do we have any additional speakers on this item?
Did have a couple of folks raise their hand. Would you like me to begin with the public comment?
Yes, in 1 minute per commenter. Thank you.
You're unmuted. Please go ahead. Richie Sergenko.
Yes, I'm sorry, I missed that. Richie Sergenko from People City Council. To comment on this item, I wanted to say that the commission should use and enforce its subpoena power, to the best extent that they can, and really pursue any legal means necessary to hold the sheriff accountable for his harassment of elected officials, oversight officials, and likely illegal political activity using taxpayer resources. But I do want to highlight what a few callers earlier said about holding how the commission can hold the sheriff and the sheriff's department accountable. The commission should urge the board of supervisors to overhaul the entire sheriff's department, including a ballot measure that would amend the LA County Charter to maximize civilian oversight and community control over the sheriff and LASD. We've known how long Villanueva is committed to subverting civilian oversight at every turn. Commissioner Kennedy's memo lays out a pattern of intimidation and harassment. It's crucial and it's critical that we need transparency to hold LASD accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Andres Kwan. Please go ahead, Andres.
So together we've clearly documented how the Sheriff's Department, from line deputies all the way to the top, have engaged in a pattern of retaliating against anyone daring to ask questions, speak out, hold them accountable. To echo Commissioner Ochen's comments, that they've systematically harassed surviving families, as well as advocates and journalists, and now Villanueva himself has harassed and sought to extort oversight officials he deems as political enemies. And again, tell me you're the Trump of LA without telling me you're the Trump of LA. So commissioners, of course, enforce your subpoena power and pursue any legal means necessary. And as you do this, we also encourage you to look into Villanueva using his official position as sheriff and taxpayer resources for political activity. As you know, he's been at the forefront of trying to recall George Gascon and spewing his misogyny at the all-women board of supervisors. He was even supporting Larry Eller during the run-up of the gubernatorial recall election. And recently, LAC Sheriff Villanueva's 2-hour radio spot on KFI in their official newsletter. So please get to the bottom of this so the county can ensure fair elections in 2022.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Julie Martinez. Please go ahead, Julie.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to highlight what the previous two speakers said. Yes, please pursue legal means necessary to hold the sheriff accountable for his harassment of oversight officials. It's deeply disturbing. I mentioned in an earlier today, listening to his unstable speak on his weekly Facebook pages. It's really disturbing that he's been able to get away with using racist and sexist slurs, calling Supervisor Hilda Solis Malinche, and harassing the 5 county board of supervisors by basically saying and openly that he wants to take them to the back of the shed and beat them. He is unstable. He needs to be removed. He's using his secret police investigative force to go after his political enemies. The community needs protection at this point from Sheriff Villanueva. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Carlos Montes. Please go ahead, Carlos.
Hey, yes, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Montes. I'm with Centro CSO Community Service Organization, East LA Ball Heights, and we're part of the Check the Sheriff Coalition. I support all the comments that the last 4 folks have made. I will put an emphasis on it that in the past, the LA County Sheriffs has harassed political activism and spied on us and arrested us. I was raided by the LA Sheriff SWAT team at 5 o'clock in the morning. They almost killed me working with the FBI just because of my anti-war activities. So you all welcome to the party. Now the sheriff has this special investigative team harassing you all. This is what we suffered for years. So I support the call for drastic radical action. I support the call for a charter amendment to get control over the sheriff, more community civilian control over the sheriff's department. We got to get rid of the banditos. He is the biggest bandito of them all. Alex Villanueva must go. Thank you very much.
And the next comment will come from Jack London. Jack, we'll come back to you. I was having a difficulty unmuting you. Next, Tamara Kay. Please go ahead, Tamara.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first off, I want to thank the commissioners for shutting down the deputy representative that was supposedly supposed to speak on behalf of the sheriff. So good job on that, shutting that down. So what can be done aside from subpoenas? Because obviously he's been evading this for some time. This is nothing new, right? And it's grounded, deputy gangs are grounded in white supremacy and it need to be eradicated. This sheriff needs to be removed. As we've seen recently, Mark Ridley Thomas has been indicted by the FBI along with Jose Weezer from city council. So like, they've been indicted by the FBI. Why can't the sheriff? I'm not a legal person, but he's not above the law. Subpoenas are obviously not working. We need to abolish the sheriff and put those resources in our communities. Thank you.
And Jack London, you're unmuted now. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out a number of people have made comments regarding deputy shootings, but if you go to the LA Times, which is regularly cited by the COC, it shows that in the last 20 years, there's only been about 900 law enforcement involved shootings over that 20-year span. And that's all agencies, not just LASD. However, just this year, there have been 900 shootings in LA County. So yes, we have a problem with shootings with law enforcement, but we also have a larger problem with shooting for non-law enforcement individuals. So I wanted to point that out. Second, I wanted to also mention that with Mark Ridley Thomas and Sebastian Ridley Thomas sitting on the Peace Over Violence and Patty Giggins board of directors, it might be interesting to see what the Department of Justice has to say about one of the members of the COC having very
We will
strong
hear from
ties
Valerie
with,
Vargas. Valerie, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Valerie Vargas, you're looks like you may be muting yourself. John Doe is next. John, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. I just want to speak briefly. I mean, I know, there's challenges with the current sheriff, but I think we need to take a step back and really look on our approach and try to build those relationships. It's definitely a strained relationship with the COC and the sheriff and subpoena power, this and that, but really need to get back to the fundamental and look back. I hear about this harassment and this continuous harassment, but the Inspector General hasn't produced one single accurate or report of that, and it's hearsay. So I do think you guys need to step back, get out of the high power, and really try to look at a different approach. This approach is not working. The bashing of the sheriff and them keeping them safe. If they're doing such a bad job, why are they at the Hall of Administration protecting the Board of Supervisors? So really, look at it from a different level, step back, and really see how you guys can work better with the sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Valerie Hallwerda. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Valerie.
Okay. Hello. I actually want to speak on another topic, homelessness, but I would like to add here that I've observed, I have researched that who the sheriff does ultimately report to is the Attorney General of the state of California. And I'm not a lawyer. I see there are lawyers around. Can anything be done? Because what we're dealing with is insubordination, which is a pretty straightforward problem. And I come from private industry, so I know what happens to people who are insubordinate there. I add that into the pot as a comment. Thank you.
For the last public comment, we will try Rebecca Brown again. Rebecca, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. And it looks like we're still having audio issues. We do not hear you. So Chair Ochin, that does conclude public comment on this item.
All right, thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Kennedy to authorize County Council to pursue legal remedies against to enforce our subpoena for this testimony of Sheriff Murakami. So in other words, what we would be asking County Council to do is to immediately meet and confer with Under Sheriff Murakami about his refusal to comply with the commission subpoena, and if necessary and appropriate, consider all legal remedies, including filing a petition with the Los Angeles County Superior Court for an order to show cause as to why Sheriff Murakami should not be held in contempt for his failure to appear pursuant to a properly served subpoena. Secondly, that we would authorize the Inspector General to issue a subpoena for the testimony of Mark Lilienfield regarding the sheriff's civil rights and public integrity detail his activities within it. And that subpoena would be for our November 18th or our November meeting, or a meeting that we select for the month of November on this issue. So that is the motion on the table. I think we can simply take a voice vote here. So I will do that at this time. So all of those in favor of passing the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. And if there are any abstentions. Okay, the motion carries. All right, thanks everyone. Thanks to everyone from the public who made comments. We are now going to move on to our the last item on our agenda, item number 2. We appreciate the patience of folks who are scheduled to speak on this item. So this item is about allegations of racial harassment, of racial profiling and mistreatment of students in the Antelope Valley. We have a number of folks here to talk with us about the presence of members of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department as essentially school resource officers in Antelope Valley schools. Staff has prepared a memo that hopefully all of you have been able to take a look at. We have a number of speakers here. We will hear from, and this is in the order of comment, we will hear from Max Huntsman of the Office of the Inspector General. Then we will hear from LASD Lancaster Station Captain John, and I apologize, Captain, I'm probably going to mispronounce your name, so please correct me when it's your turn to speak. LeCrivane, who will introduce other LASD representatives. Then we will hear from Christian Green, who is with Cancel the Contract. Okay, and again, I would just request that each speaker cabin their comments to 5 minutes. So that includes collectively the Sheriff's Department, 5 minutes. Okay, Mr. Huntsman.
Thank you so much. I'll keep it as brief as possible. I appreciate how much you're trying to squeeze into a short period of time, and I appreciate the work the commission has done so far today. We, of course, are aware of the allegations in the ProPublica article. We have been in communication with the author. We have been in communication with the monitors up in Antelope Valley. We will continue that work. We eventually, I think, will get access to some of the raw data used for the article when it gets published by ProPublica. It's journalism, so they don't want us horning in and saying, no, give us everything right away. They'll provide it when they're ready, but a lot of it is open source, and so that's good. We will endeavor to get additional information about it, and I have a team working on it. As you may or may not be aware, the board has already delegated to us right to approve renewals of contracts relating to school resource officers. And that was part of an important decision by the board to put more focus on this issue of how is school resource officers, how are they being used? So we already have that duty by the board. It's our first and only actual formal power, if you will, although it's very limited. And so when everything is fine and nothing has changed, then we just sign off and a new contract is done. But when there's an issue, then we will say you have to take this up to the board, and then the board will make a decision. In this case, that's certainly going to be how this goes, because of the incident that I think you've already heard some things about, in which a young woman force was used against her by a school resource officer. We asked for the body-worn camera footage in that instance, and we're told no. Now, this isn't a surprise to any of you, because this is how it happens over and over. But in this case, it's a precondition of cooperation with monitoring. In addition to it being the law of California, it's also based on the board's direct order to us that we have to monitor. So if they choose not to allow us to monitor, we will not sign off on the contract. And that's as simple as that, even before we get to the problem with allegations of discrimination. As to the problem with the allegations of discrimination, this is frighteningly similar to the allegations that took place in a federal lawsuit brought by the federal government regarding a violation of people's rights relating to Section 8 housing some years ago, that resulted in a consent decree or a settlement agreement in which the Sheriff's Department has to severely curtail certain activities. In that instance, their conduct was triggered by another governmental entity that asked them to take actions that resulted in a disparate impact, a constitutional term for how you measure when something has an inappropriate racial impact. Same kind of analysis as we used in the I-5 process, where they were stopping motorists on the I-5 and it was having a disparate impact on Hispanic motorists, even though they claimed not to have a racial motive, but I don't doubt it, they were having a racial impact. So that appears to be, if the evidence bears out, what is going on here. And so one of the ways that can happen is when the sheriff's department acts in response to school officials forwarding discipline cases to them. And if that's done in a racially biased manner, then the enforcement's going to be biased. So I think it creates the potential of great liability to the county in terms of dollars, in terms of civil rights violations, which are both money and law and human. And so I think it's a very serious matter that needs to be closely looked at, and we will look at it. And I think already we have some information you're going to hear in a moment from some folks about the structure and whether or not there are practices in place to protect against this. And the short answer so far seems to be there aren't. So when you have an allegation that there's a disparate impact and you have no procedures in place to make sure there isn't, and you've had a similar lawsuit in the same area recently, and you're now shutting down oversight, these are all horrible red flags. So we're very concerned, and we will follow up it, and we thank the COC for your attention to the matter.
Thank you. I think, although I initially said we would go to LAST next, I think it would be helpful to have some context because Mr. Huntsman sort of shared the general approach that the OIG is taking, but I think it'd be helpful to get some context on the specific allegations about what is happening at Antelope Valley Schools. And so I think that would mean Christian Green could speak next, and then we'll hear from the Sheriff's Department. So Christian Green, if you would like to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about the work that you're doing and the allegations regarding misconduct by the Sheriff's Department and allegations of racially disparate use of the Sheriff's Department's authority in Antelope Valley Schools. Christian, is it Mr. Green? I just want to make sure that I'm okay. Sorry about that. So are you able to get your PowerPoint or your slides up? Because we can see them partially. So maybe what we can do.
I can share the PowerPoint screens for you, Mr. Green, right now. It looks like you are muted. So if you can just go ahead and unmute yourself, I'll pull up the slides.
Perfect. Okay, forgive me. Sorry about that. This is my first time on a WebEx presentation slide. Usually I'm in Zoom. I'm a professor. So real quick, I want to say thank you to the Civilian Oversight Commission. I really want to say you guys are doing a great work. And so I will go into our slideshow. If you can hit the next slide. My name is Christian Green. I'm the campaign coordinator for Council to Contract Antelope Valley, as well as I serve as a professor of African American Studies, Ethnic Studies at the local college here. In regards to our campaign, or in regards to what we're doing, we are a digital and ground campaign that is addressing law enforcement, violence, and racism. We have a grassroots campaign of over 30 plus community organizations that is addressing law enforcement, violence, and racism. And just really trying to reimagine care in our communities. Our campaign takes place in the Antelope Valley, calling for all Antelope Valley schools and the cities of Palmdale and Lancaster to cancel their contracts with policing with the LA County Sheriff's Department. We are building on community organizing around noncompliance with the DOJ settlement agreement, as mentioned before, as well as the recent powerful organizing by local young people in response to the George Floyd murder, local hangings, and the sheriff deputy killings in the local community. Next slide, please. Just to give a brief context about the Antelope Valley, the Antelope Valley has a long history of racism and law enforcement violence as early as the 1890s. I'm a history teacher, so it's always good to give a historical context, which is only exacerbated in the present day. From 1990 to 2010, population changes developed, and these historically white towns turned into large majority minority cities. Just last week in our school board meeting, there was an individual wearing a Confederate flag mask in 2021. I'm gonna let that sit right there. The two largest cities, Lancaster and Palmdale, were historically white towns with a long history of racism and law enforcement violence. This community has been consistently neglected and under-resourced. While being over-policed through a contract each city has with the LA Sheriff's Department to provide law enforcement services. Next slide, please. We have 5 demands. You can visit our website, cancelthecontract.com, cancelthecontract.com. Number one, and the one that we're going to focus on today is really to cancel all Antelope Valley School District contracts with the LA County Sheriff's Department. This is just a brief overview of what we've been doing in the community. We've called on the Antelope Valley Union High School District to not renew the SRO contract in June 2021, even though the district itself held a secret vote with less than 24 hours notice. On Friday, they posted it, and Saturday, they had a meeting. However, we were able to mobilize and organize 53 people who gave supports and comments, setting up basically a local record. We've worked with the LA Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Mitchell's office to pass the motions such as our OIG said earlier, bringing more oversight to SRO contracts. In depth, we just really need standards for deputy conduct. We've sent multiple letters to the school district. We've met with former superintendent and board members. We've met with former and current Lancaster and Palmdale captains. We voiced concerns at the CAC Lancaster and Palmdale meetings. We have a continued presence at school board meetings. We've met with the AG as well as the DOJ. So we've been meeting in all these different places, but yet it's still falling on deaf ears. Next slide, please. Just real quick in regards to data, I know we are data driven in this call. So here's a few facts. Black and Latinx students were searched by law enforcement in schools more than students in every other racial or ethnic group combined. Black students represent 27% of the population of students with disabilities, yet they receive 44% of referrals to law enforcement. Of referrals to law enforcement made by school staff and administration, school students receive nearly 1/3 of all referrals. Black students receive 107 referrals to school administrators for disciplinary action, but only 6 referrals to counselors. The average expulsion rate for Black students in the school district for the same year was 6.6 per 1,000 students, 253% higher than the district's overall average. Comparatively, white students in the school district received no expulsions. 2018-2019, our expulsion rate was 2.6 per 1,000 students, which is 2,600% higher than the LA Unified Schools expulsion rate, 866% higher than the rest of LA County, and 289% higher than the rest of the state. Next slide, please. As we stated earlier, just to give a context about what we're referring to today, I want to lift up 2 names and their families. Is Mona Rodriguez from Long Beach, but also Michaela Robinson from the Antelope Valley. So a 16-year-old Black female student at Lancaster High School was body slammed to the ground by a LA Sheriff resource officer. The deputy himself threatened the student to take her to jail. I believe that's illegal. And then also inappropriate touching of the student, not posing any threat to self or others. The student's parents were never notified, despite the student's pleas to call the mother. You can see that in the videos. Both the deputy and security officers involved are still on campus and sharing it on social media. And then the family themselves are suffering ongoing harassment by neighbors, school officials, etc. We've met with the captain of Lancaster Sheriff's Department. One response was that he doesn't need to give us a response. He doesn't owe the community anything. When we asked about this incident, they did not look at the body camera footage. There was no specific answers to that. We went in there, myself and a couple other community members, a parent, community organizer, and yet there was still no accountability. Next slide, please. Our recommendations today is to remove all sheriffs from all schools in the Antelope Valley, as well as LA County, #PoliceFreeSchools. Number 2 is to protect our children. At the end of the day, we're on this call, not for ourselves, not for, just the sheriffs, but for our children and their successes. And that is dependent upon us having clear protocols for deputy conduct on campuses. We need discipline guidelines. B, we need no weapons on campus. C is we need a use of force of policy for minors. And D, we need to have restrictions on physical contact. We have a couple other recommendations. We want to promote education and awareness on alternatives of policing, We have a few different models in our area, Safe Passage, the Timeless Group, but also we're working with other nationwide local factors, Alex Vital, as well as Cahoots. We want to develop criteria for future SRO contracts renewals per our Board of Supervisors, June 8th Supervisor Mitchell motion. So with ODR and OIG, we want to continue these conversations. Next slide, please. Lastly, the recommendations, we have these. We can shoot this slideshow to you all as well. But really what I want us to think about is the fourth one. Districts should adapt clear policies when police officers can arrest students or remove them from campus. Districts should authorize the student's arrest or removal from campus only if an officer has a warrant or a court order, or if the student presents a real or immediate physical threat to students, teachers, and public safety. I won't go over all of it because of time limits, but I also want us to go to the next slide. We're out here doing organizing, just making sure that people are aware of the injustices and inequities that pervades the communities in the Antelope Valley. As you all know, we are often overlooked and also under-resourced. So Cancel the Contract is a grassroots. We are community driven, and we are also solutions driven. And so I want to say thank you for your time. This is our website. These are our information, and appreciate it. I'll stay afterwards for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. So one of the things I want to highlight here from the ProPublica report, and I'll put the link in the chat so the commissioners can take a look. But one of the things that ProPublica found was that Black teenagers accounted for 60% of deputy contacts while on campus, but they make only up about 20% of student enrollment. According to ProPublica, and I'm quoting here, the highest number of contacts, more than 100, in a student body of roughly 1650 was reported at Antelope Valley High School, where the student body is mostly Black or Latino. According to ProPublica, Black teenagers made up about 75% of the reasonable suspicion contacts, which is about 2.5% their share of the school's enrollment. So we've heard the allegations from folks in the Antelope Valley. We've heard from Mr. Huntsman about the work that the OIG is doing to investigate these claims. And so lastly, we'll hear from the Sheriff's Department about their work at the Antelope Valley and their perspective on the allegations that have been made regarding the work of sheriff's deputies as school resource officers in Antelope Valley schools. So Captain, I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank the commission for inviting us to speak. This is a very important issue, and this is a very important program in the Antelope Valley. The high school district invited us to be part of their administration. They contracted with the Sheriff's Department so that they could have immediate law enforcement services. It is a private entity contract, and I'm actually glad to see that OIG is got oversight. It adds a degree of credibility to what we're doing in schools. I'm not fully prepared to answer all of Mr. Green's allegations. We got this invitation middle of the day yesterday. We're not ready to make a presentation about the school resource program. I do have some things that I'd like to clarify for the commission. The article that was published by Ms. Bloomberg.
Captain, before you clarify, can you just sort of talk about generally, even if you can't respond to the specific allegations, can you describe generally what is the nature of the contract or the services that the Sheriff's Department is providing at the Antelope Valley schools, and then you can clarify the items that you wish to discuss.
Well, first I'd like to see is Lieutenant Rob Madrano from our Youth Services Unit and his specialist, Sergeant Charles Duncan. I believe they were on earlier. We started monitoring your meeting at 9 o'clock this morning. We've been sitting here enjoying the work that you guys are doing this whole time.
Yes, I believe Mr. Madrano is on. Did you want him to comment?
Well, I'm going to comment, and then if I make a misstatement, I hope that they will correct me. Our contract for services for policing services on the campuses at the Antelope Valley High School within the Antelope Unified School District, High School District. We have some additional school resource contracts, but they're They involve other districts, and I don't believe they're the focus of Mr. Green's allegations. We provide policing services. We have campuses where deputies are assigned full-time on the campuses, plus we have additional resources that are available to them, which does include our normal patrol deployment. The deputies that are assigned there receive specialized training. They are what could be most considered a full-time deployment at the school. The same deputy is assigned to the school for the entire year, school year. It gives them the opportunity to work within the school community, learn the workings within the school, learn about all of the students that are in the school, work with the staff to solve problems. And when it is necessary for them to take police action, they are readily available to the school to do so. It's the closest thing that we could akin it to, since Mr. Green is a history teacher, is a small town beat cop. The deputy that's assigned to each high school, that's his beat, his responsibility. They pride themselves on learning about all of the students that work at the schools, or I'm sorry, that go to the school. They learn the administrators, and they work on those relationships.
Thank you very much. Lieutenant Medrano, did you want to comment on the activities of the youth services unit at these Antelope Valley schools? Okay, I think we don't have Lieutenant Medrano. Is there any, Captain, you mentioned that you wanted to respond to some of the statements that Mr. Green made. Would you like to respond?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I apologize. I was muted. I just wanted to thank the commission for allowing us to speak, and I apologize for cutting off Captain Lackervain, but a quick overview of youth services. So we basically oversee and monitor the school resource deputy program, including that in Antelope Valley. Recently, we've really partnered with the Office of Inspector General, including youth diversion and development, to include some of those services within the school resource deputy program. Really quick, Mr. Green, some of the concerns that you have are concerning to us too, and I just want you to know on behalf of the Sheriff's Department and you as a stakeholder, we don't mind sitting down and seeing what your concerns are. I think we could both understand the number one priority for the Oversight Commission, for us as a Sheriff's Department, yourself, is to keep our students safe and to ensure that each side is being basically listened to and those concerns are addressed. And I mean that wholeheartedly. And I want to extend that invitation to really sit down and talk, because those concerns are relevant. And we want to make sure that we mitigate those concerns by being transparent and showing you what we do and what we teach our deputies here at the Sheriff's Department.
Lieutenant Medrano, can you tell us how many individuals are assigned to, from the Sheriff's Department, are assigned to patrol or provide school resource officer services at Antelope Valley schools?
Yes, ma'am, and I'm going to be speaking on behalf. This is a question that's going to be directed probably to Captain Lackervain, but our records are we have 12 deputies assigned to the Antelope Valley area, including one supervisor in that area. And those are approximate numbers. I apologize.
Thank you. Captain, back to you.
Actually, our current contract has 15 positions. It's 8 at the high schools, 1 deputy at a continuation school. 3 deputies are assigned to the Lancaster School District and 3 to the AV College, those are separate contracts than the contract that Mr. Green has objection to.
And did you want to respond to any of the allegations specifically?
Well, in part, yes. The article that Mr. Green has based many of his stats on, written by Ms. Bloomberg, was a very entertaining piece of fiction. I spent myself 2 hours explaining to Ms. Bloomberg the statistical information that she gathered from our transparency page and the limitations that our current data gathering system has, and how to best interpret those stats based on what she had at hand. After reading her article, it appears that I wasted those 2 hours of my day because she did not take any of that into account, and she chose to interpret the stats in a fashion that fit her narrative. And then Mr. Green has taken that as, because it was a published article, it is now truth. And that's the information he's presenting to the Civilian Oversight Commission. And that it's faulty. I'm sure that at a point we can produce information from the same statistics that will show quite a different deployment and quite a different image of how the deputies are working within the schools. The basic information portion of that is that the deputies respond to calls for service from the school. The schools, their security team, which is a district employment, not a sheriff's department employment, they identify their discipline problems, they contact the students, they detain students. We only become involved once it's determined by the school that it has reached a criminal point. They ask us to come in and investigate and contact the students. We then will conduct an investigation to see if it truly is criminal in nature. Once it's determined to be criminal in nature, then we can act. In almost all occasions, actually I take it back, in a large percentage of the contacts that have occurred this year, diversion has been the solution. So they're not being placed into the criminal system. Students, if a student is going to be placed into the system, it's because the level of the incident has gone to a point that is not applicable for diversion. I can't speak specifically about the incident that occurred that Mr. Green continues to use as a rallying point, because number one, it's a juvenile involved and the law protects their information, and I can't violate that. Mr. Green can, but I can't. It's still an ongoing investigation. We haven't fully had a chance to determine if everything involved is within policy. We're trying to do that, but we're not quite there yet. And at some point, the Office of Inspector General may be granted the ability to look at that body worn camera video, but that's going to be above my decision.
Okay. So at this point, what we can do is open it up to commissioner questions before we open public comment on this item. Are there questions from the commission? Well, I have some questions. My first question is for the captain, and the lieutenant. So one is the demographic information that is collected from the sheriff's department. You indicated that there was some misreading of that information. Is that data that you were comfortable sharing with the commissioner, the OIG, for a separate evaluation of the allegation of racial profiling?
That's not my decision. That's going to have to come from someone above me.
Okay.
But it is, the information is on our transparency page based on the information that's collected through our computer-aided dispatch system. It has some limitations. The Department of Justice is aware of those limitations. I thought this panel was aware of those limitations. I'm fairly certain Mr. Huntsman's aware of those limitations. That's why I went to great lengths to explain to the reporter that there were some limitations in how it should really be interpreted.
Mm-hmm. And can you mentioned that the 15 deputies that are assigned to this detail have specific training. Can you briefly talk a bit about the kind of training that deputies have for working in the school environment, which obviously presents different kinds of, which is a different context than traditional patrol?
That's actually the reason I had Lieutenant Medrano and his sergeant join the meeting, because they can explain that there. That unit is responsible for the training for our school resource deputies, so that the training is consistent across the entire county. So I'm gonna let Lieutenant Medrano answer that.
Thank you, Cap. Yes, can you hear me? Okay,
Yes,
thank you
please.
so much. So I have here, I have my subject matter expert, which is Sergeant Charles Duncan, who's been tremendous in establishing partnerships over there in the Antelope Valley with different organizations, different entities, to ensure that the training that we're giving our deputies is consistent with what the public expects and what the constituency within the schools and parents and so forth. So I'm going to introduce to you Charles Duncan.
All right. Hello, everyone. And I apologize. It's been a minute since you went over some of your points of concern. So, ma'am, can I have you repeat the question that you want me to answer?
So the question was about the training that deputies receive, and if there are, and so I'll also add if there are particular protections for students who may be the subject of a criminal investigation by the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, well, with respect to the training, once someone's been identified to go through the school resource deputy program or the training, they go through a 40-hour course that I coordinate, and there's quite a few things that we go over, some of which are the foundations of school-based law enforcement, ethics and the school resource officer as a teacher or a guest speaker, understanding special need students, the SRO as a informal counselor or mentor, understanding the adolescent brain, violence and victimization, challenges to development, sex trafficking of youth, effects of youth trends and drugs on the school culture and environment, social media. Obviously, we just started teaching them about diversion and the process that we're developing continuously with YDD, school law, threat response, preventing violence in school settings, school safety and emergency operation plans, crime preventing through environmental design, and mental health overview and de-escalation techniques.
So that's the training. Do you have, and that's 40 hours of training, is there additional training that's provided for sort of like an continuing education regarding the particular context of schools?
Right. So currently, I've noticed that there isn't anything that's being provided right now. However, I am in consultation and contact with the LA County Office of Education. We're in the process of trying to develop something along those lines, because we also have collateral positions of sergeants that oversee these school resource deputies as well. However, until that is able to be formalized, what I've done in the meantime is I've created a quarterly school resource deputies newsletter that I'm going to be sending out, and that provides an overview of who we are as far as the youth services unit, what we provide, as well as an opportunity for the youth diversion development group to share the different types of opportunities for diversion that they offer, and also any particular updates on department policy or legal updates that our school resource deputies need to be made aware of.
And do you all have particular use of force policies that are particular to the school context, right? Which we would assume that the use of force would be more restricted, not equivalent to patrol, given the particularly vulnerable state that students are in. And then two, are you all trained on racial, cultural competence or gender responsiveness? That's the second question. And then lastly, how do you determine when something has gone beyond mere student misbehavior? When I was in high school, there were fights, those could be classified as assaults. How do you determine when something is simply a disciplinary matter, as distinct from a crime? So those are my 3 questions, right? Are there particular use of force policies for the school context? Is there training on cultural competency, gender responsiveness? And then third, how do you determine what is a disciplinary matter from a criminal matter?
I think I can
Okay.
answer those questions, Rob.
All right, sir.
There is no separate use of force policy for the school resource deputies. Our use of force policy is quite robust. It has been reworked and in conjunction and not fully to the liking of the Department of Justice as of yet, but they spent years working on it with us. The current policy that's out is upgraded and meets all of the state law requirements currently. And it would be having a separate policy for school resource deputies would present a risk management issue to the county. That's not it's not viable. The use of force policy as it stands right now is an extremely robust policy that works well within the schools also. The deputies do receive, as Lieutenant Medrano and Sergeant Duncan indicated, they do receive additional training about how to police within the schools and how to understand the community of the school, so that they understand how to work with teenagers, is what it boils down to. All of the deputies that work in the Antelope Valley receive mandated training in bias-free policing and constitutional policing. And we're for at least 2 years now, we've been in 100% compliance on that. So every deputy that works up here receives that training. And that was training developed through the settlement agreement with the approval of the Department of Justice. As far as when does deputy determine that a crime has occurred? When, as I said earlier, the school calls the deputies into the situation. And I can tell by looking at some old information from 2019-2020 school year, only in 4 occasions of the hundreds of contacts that were recorded did deputies have self-initiated activity. In the other hundreds of contacts, the school asked the deputies to come into the situation. When the deputy arrives on scene, he's presented with the information just like any other call for service that they would be called to in the field. They contact the informants, which in this case would be the school. They conduct a preliminary investigation and determine if probable cause exists to make an arrest or a detention, in this case of a juvenile.
And so there are also allegations about selective enforcement that if there are individual, teenagers involved in a fight, for example, the deputies have selected, for example, students of color to arrest in those instances. And this is a part of the ProPublica reporting. Is that, I'm wondering what your response to that is. Is that something that you have had complaints about? And have you responded to those complaints about selective enforcement vis-a-vis students of color, particularly Black and Latino students?
It's interesting that you asked that, because I read that in the article and I'm not sure where that information came from. That's not information that we publish if we had it. If someone wanted to complain to the department that there was some kind of selective enforcement, we have a public complaints process that complaint would be recorded in. And to best of my knowledge, I don't know that we have any of those. That's not to say that they don't exist, but to the best of my knowledge, we don't have any of those. I haven't seen any since I've been here.
Okay, well, I know I'm asking a lot of questions. Are there any questions from other members of the commission? Okay, so Commissioner Giggins.
Yes, thank you. what I'm thinking about is, and thank you for, sharing all this information about the training that you provide. I'm interested in the climate and the relationships between the deputies and the students and the teachers and the school personnel, and how that connects or not. I mean, you say that the school will call the deputies in, so that means the deputies are not on campus, or are they? Are they on campus?
Yes, ma'am, they are on campus.
Oh, they are on
In
campus.
in the high schools, they are on campus, yes.
So in the high schools, they are on campus. So so the school climate, the environment of these folks, are they in uniform?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
They're a specialized uniform. So do you have any way to describe to us how that, like on the day-to-day, the daily interfacing, are they there like teachers are there? Teachers are there every day, because this is a community. It is a community that visits each other. They gather every day. It's a little bit different when you show up on the scene in a neighborhood X or neighborhood Y. And I know you do follow, as you said, you follow some of the same protocols, right? So I'm just wondering, what's the interface or the connection? Are the deputies part of the community the way teachers are part of that community? Could any insights on to get the landscape, the climate of the school with the deputies there?
So I'm really glad that you asked that question, ma'am, because that is an integral part of the school resource deputy program, is that the deputies do integrate themselves into the school. That's why we make our best effort to have the same deputies assigned to every school so that they can get to know the community of the school. There's a couple of things that I'd like to address regarding that. There's one instance that I was made aware of when I first took command here of one of our school resource deputies who received a commendation from the school because he was invited to a dance as a guest of honor for the students who, some of the special needs students who were having a dance. And the deputy said, "Hey, can I come back in a half an hour? I got to go get prepared for this dance." He came back to the station and took off his uniform that he normally wears for his normal deployment at the school, and put on his Class A uniform with his tie, and went back to the dance so that he could participate in the event that he was invited to participate in. And he danced with the students, and they all very much appreciated the fact that he was able to participate with them on that level. Something that and we have faced recently in this school year, a large increase in the discipline problems at the school, which is an issue that the school is attempting to handle. But we've also faced a large increase in criminal activities at the school, mainly assaults and what we classify as aggravated assaults. And one of the things that was brought to my attention by a school resource deputy, in the fact that he communicates with the administration of their school, is because of COVID, there was no population at the schools last year. And as many of you know, or hopefully you've had the pleasure of having a teenager who's gone through the high school experience, that the induction of a teenager as a freshman into high school is a traumatic experience. The system is designed to take one class of freshmen at a time. This year, they've been inundated by the fact that they have 2 years worth of freshmen to indoctrinate into the high school system. So that complication is what has led to the higher number of crimes that we're seeing in the school. We are doing our best to help the school mitigate that, but that is a discipline issue. The deputies recognize that it's a discipline issue, and the schools are doing their best effort to handle those discipline issues. We only get involved when it becomes criminal in nature.
I want to, just before we take public comment, give Mr. Green an opportunity to respond if he would like to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few things. In regards to the data and research, I just want us to be cognitive of that. This isn't just being pulled from one report, but multiple reports and multiple data analysis. So we can send that over to you whenever I believe we already give you the slides, but I can send over some more information besides the ProPublica. In regards to the use of force policy, I remember we had a meeting with the captain, and he said basically that, you know, these children can be essentially treated as those that are off the street. So what happens on the streets is being put into what's going on campuses. And for me, I'm just like, I'm astonished that we would even like not even have a use of force policy when dealing with children at the end of the day. I think that is sad. It's unacceptable for us we can say that, you know, we've gone to these proms and these dances, amazing, that's great. But in regards to actually like the data showing that these students are being arrested, I'm a former foster youth. 1 in 4 foster youth are being suspended and arrested. There is no need for that. So if we're saying that these are not criminals, first of all, we need to make sure that we're viewing students as not criminals, right? So we're seeing that there is a behavioral problem. Thus, we need to be able to really look at the behavioral issues. Yes, diversion programs are great, but there is still a root problem that is at the center of these conversations. And so when we think about it, these students are not criminals. And so we have to look at the discipline, look at the behavioral, and I'll leave that as that for right now. There's a lot of stuff I want to address, but I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I make some concluding comments, Captain, very briefly before we open this up to public comment.
Okay, 2 things I'd like to address is I sought out the meeting with Mr. Green and his folks so that we could address their community concerns and try to help them achieve what they're looking for. And I do agree with Mr. Green that there is a systemic problem in behavioral issues, but that has little to do with the school resource deputy program.
Okay, so let's take a public comment. We will give each, Jennifer, if you'd like to make the announcement, Ingrid, if you can make the announcement in Spanish, we'll see how many folks we have in the queue, and then we can figure out how much time we can accord, because we also have to get to a couple of other reports and general public comment.
And currently, we do have 7 individuals signed up for public comment on this item. If you would like to make public comment, please be sure that your hand is raised in the participant window or send a chat to the host. And now a quick announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Si desea traducir sus comentarios o necesita una traducción en español, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar sus comentarios y alguien le dará instrucciones para cómo proceder. Gracias.
All right, so let's give, so how many folks do we have signed up for this public comment, Jennifer?
7 people.
Okay, let's do, apologies to folks, but we're gonna do 45 seconds here, 45 seconds per person. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our first speaker will be Marcos Alvarez. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Marcos.
Thank you for taking the time for allowing me to speak. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, how much time do I have?
45 seconds.
Jeez, well, can I motion to extend that? I can, my name, saying my
Sorry.
name only lasts 45 seconds.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
All right, you know what? I applaud everybody on this panel. A critical issue is happening, not just in the Antelope Valley, but nationwide in our schools. And because I only have this a lot of time, I can tell you that the suicidal rate, the leading cause of suicidal rates in the high schools are, I'm sorry, let me say that again. The leading cause of death in the high schools out here is suicide. So the question is, do we need SROs versus counselors or social workers? Would that extra counselor or social worker have saved a life if we hadn't spent over 1.7 million to have SROs in our schools? That's my piece for that, and I believe we should concentrate, because this captain, respectfully, is pushing.
Marcos.
Yeah.
The next comment will come from John Doe. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, John.
Wow.
Thank you, COC, and thank you for the captain to point it out that the data accuracy. It appears that the data definitely is skewed. And so when you look about expulsion, you got to look at the type of crimes that were the youth were expelled for. And then go back to Mr. Green, mentioned all this type of harassment. I keep hearing harassment, but there's no data that backs it up. There's no allegation. You can make an allegation, but where's the facts of that harassment? Law enforcement save lives being on campus. Where is that data? And then back to the use of force. It does not change when they're outside the school. So you're not going to have a different use of force for in school, out school. Everybody's treated the same way. Teenagers commit crimes, arrest, and commit murder. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
Next comment will come from Julie Martinez. Please go ahead, Julie.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am totally in support of the cancel the contract Antelope Valley Coalition. They've been very clear on their demands. We do not need over-policing as the nation grapples with systemic racism. We should not have any type of police or guns, and much less a 40-hour training. And to Captain Laverian, I'm really sorry, I'm not making an accusation, but image is key. You have a Betsy Ross flag hanging over your desk. That's used by the Oath Keepers, anti-government, and a white supremacist group. I'm not making accusations that that's what you are, but that's image is key. That Betsy Ross is a symbol utilized by alt-right white supremacist groups that have been identified by the FBI as dangerous.
That does conclude your time. Next, we'll hear from Tamara Kay. Please go ahead, Tamara.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
So first of all, I want to say power and strength and prayers to Mona Rodriguez's family. Second of all, cancel these contracts of the Sheriff's Department in all schools and hospitals and anywhere they're present in our community, because they present an imminent danger. Kids should have a place where they can flourish and grow, not be terrorized, threatened, and harassed, especially Black and Brown Indigenous students disproportionately. We've seen, and the fact that there's no, separate motion or whatnot, not motion or policy for youth impacted by brutality is a problematic.
Thank you.
Sorry, 45 minutes ain't enough.
And Isabel Flax, you are next. Please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. LeCraven, we're just gonna dive right into it. You don't really answer questions that are necessarily needed to be answered. You said that there's risk management and a separate use of force policy. It's not viable. It's not viable to have these officers on campuses with guns. It's also not viable in an ACLU report. We just don't go off one letter or one article. ACLU has reported that Black and Brown students in the Antelope Valley are 8 times more likely to be suspended, 15 times more likely to be expelled. So I just want to ask you, do you want a head over your shoulders, Mr. LeCraven? Is that what you want? Do you want a 16-year-old to die at the hands of an SRO officer? How would you feel?
Comment will come from Q Jean-Marie. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Pastor Q.
Yes, as we look at the school to prison pipeline, as we look at the RAND report, as we look at mass incarceration, this is not surprising, right? The captain indicates that there's a systemic issue as it relates to discipline, but no systemic racism issue. Yet the data is showing one, and you can't prove the other, right? So is the data incorrect? What makes the data incorrect? And when you say the public, who is the public? Because we know that there's a division in our communities. Who is the public that you're referring to that that call you? And what's the demographic of the teachers of those schools, and who are they? And what groups are they in? All of these things need to be looked at and addressed in our
Next, we'll hear from Garrett Lindsay. Garrett, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Garrett Lindsay. Next, we will hear from Latrice Allen. Please go ahead.
I just, I want to first of all commend everybody on the call. Hearing Christian and the captain, at least being able to open up a dialogue is a step in the right direction. I just want to again encourage everybody to keep working together and be careful to focus our sights on where we're trying to go. We know we have a ton of kids here that need direction and need loving. We have a sheriff department that's engaged in our community, open. We have all these other community citizens in between. It's now a matter of putting our heads together to make it work. You talk about community in the school. We have explore programs. Imagine their presence being there full throttle. We need to focus on that way, solutions.
And the next comment will come from Stephanie Luna. Please go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, hi. The Cancel the Contract Coalition has been very clear on their demands related to LASD deputy presence in Antelope Valley schools. Deputies need to be removed. As a parent of a high school junior who's experienced this, I can say that when these deputies say they work with the staff to get to know the students, I think the right way to say it is that they learn which students are the ones to be targeted for harassment, detainment, random searches, locker checks, and just overall the intimidation that comes with having sheriffs walk the halls and school grounds with our kids. No matter how you put it, school resource officers are still deputies that carry the us versus them mentality. The right way to work with teenagers is not to police them at all. The reason why there are no public complaints on file against deputies is because these kids have to go back to school and see these same deputies that they will be filing against the next day or the next week. The behavior issues stem from having militarized deputies.
Next, we will hear from Leticia Vasquez. This is the last public comment on this item. Please go ahead, Leticia.
Hi, I think that officers should not be in the schools. In hearing my grandson story that happened to him this week where they were talking about dads, it's heartbreaking. He's traumatized for life. He won't see his father for life. Whatever little relationship he had, they took away from him. So why would you want to have cops there in the schools so that they can keep on triggering our children, our grandchildren? What this lady that just talked before, Stephanie Luna, what would you tell my grandson? What would you tell my grandson? How would you handle him and what they've done to him and our family? My son was not a suspect.
Thank you, and that does conclude your time. Chair Ochin, that does conclude all public comment for this item.
Thank you all. Apologies to everyone that we have to manage our time in this way, but we really only have till 1 o'clock. Please know that this is not going to be the last time that we talk about these issues. And I just want to note that this is sort of part of a broader context, right? We are talking about deputy gangs. The allegation is that we have deputy gangs operating in places like the Antelope Valley. We are talking about racial profiling, where there have been reports of racial profiling occurring in the Antelope Valley. We are now talking about another context involving schools. And so what I would ask is if the use of force committee would consider taking this up, working with the Sheriff's Department to develop policies if appropriate. And I think it certainly would be for the school context. Young people are not little adults. They are developmentally different. They're emotionally different. They have fewer rights than adults do, particularly in the school context. And that means that they are particularly vulnerable to arrest and incarceration if there aren't appropriate safeguards. And I think all of us would agree that we don't want to criminalize our youth, regardless of whether in the community or the Sheriff's Department or a part of the school district itself. So I would ask our use of force policy to work with the Sheriff's Department to look at this issue of the propriety of a particular kind of use of force policy. Would also ask if the the OIG can report to us on allegations of racial profiling in the Antelope Valley, inclusive of the school district, so that we can continue to monitor what's happening, particularly the allegations of, and not just allegations, the clear depiction of what I viewed as excessive use of force against a Black girl. Again, we're just reiterating, these are children who are going to school with uniformed deputies at a place that they are supposed to feel safe. And so the question is, how do we make them feel safe? And we obviously can't, we don't have a relationship with the school district, but we do have one with the Sheriff's Department. I appreciate the captain being here. I appreciate the lieutenant. I appreciate Mr. Green and Mr. Huntsman. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate the public comments. So we will continue to monitor this and report back to the public as is appropriate. But now I want us to move on to item 3 on our agenda, which are a series of reports. I am going to cede my time here in terms of the chair's report. I'll give a report at the top of our meeting in November. Mr. Williams, do you have a report that you would like to give?
I'll cede my report as well so we can get to the Inspector General's report.
Mr. Huntsman.
Thank you. I'll save you the general report since we have little time, and I'll just address the item that's on the agenda, the West Hollywood matter. This is an offshoot of the allegation that in Compton there has been fraud in contract city billing. When that was initially made back in March, we attempted to look at the evidence in order to make an assessment. The Sheriff's Department blocked us from doing that, I believe, based on orders from downtown. The sheriff just last night wrote a letter saying that my response to West Hollywood, which asked for us to look into the matter generally, was false. And so I simply refer everybody who is interested in whether or not the sheriff is telling the truth to look on our website, and you will find there a letter we sent him in June, which makes it very clear that we did not get to conduct on-site reviews of evidence. We got shown some samples, and we very clearly in June complained to him directly, along with a variety of other things, that we had not been given the documents that were given to AAB. So we got the same answer that you heard from the captain today. Above their level, maybe we'll give you what the law provides for you to get after we're done with it. So that's the state of affairs. We can't say whether fraud was done because the Sheriff's Department has obstructed us in the discharge of our duties. Thank you.
Thank you, and we look forward to getting a fuller report on the allegations from both Compton and West Hollywood at a later date. We'll now turn to commissioner updates, ad hoc committee updates. Are there any? Okay, Sheriff's Department, do we have a representative who would like to give an update? We do not. Okay, so now we will have general public comment. Jennifer, would you like to make the announcement? And then we'll hear an announcement from Ingrid in Spanish.
Yes, and currently we have 6 individuals who are signed up for general public comment. If you would like to provide a comment, please raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host. And now a quick announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Si desea una traducción a sus comentarios, por favor diga la palabra español antes de empezar sus comentarios y alguien le dará instrucciones para cómo proceder. Gracias.
We will allocate 45 seconds per person for general public comment. Thank you all. Appreciate your patience and understanding.
Comment will come from Latrice Allen. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Latrice.
I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity to be here. And I guess my community work is around heart and around people connecting. And I don't know any other way than to push that way. I grew up in a really rough neighborhood, had an opportunity to later connect with a lot of different backgrounds and people. And overall, it's our human spirit and our focus on building that's going to get us through. I know that there's been times in my life that I've been stuck on looking at the negative or the problem, and that's what we can't do. We have to keep our sights focused on moving forward. And I think we have such a great opportunity to do so. So please use this as an opportunity to pull it all together. And I look forward to doing so. I hope I can be a part of that effort.
Thank you, Latrice Allen. We hope that you'll join us at our next meeting. We appreciate you being here.
And next, Christina Vasquez. Please go ahead.
Oh, no, I hadn't raised my hand, but since I am on, I just kind of wanted to touch on Latrice. I know she keeps speaking in regards to being positive and moving forward, but it is hard when you are an impacted family and you have had your loved one killed in front of you and no justice has been served. It is a little hard having compassion for those people that did it. Specifically in our situation, it was the Sheriff's Department of Pico Rivera. And my husband left behind 5 children. So I apologize if it's very hard for me and my family to digest when you come at us about speaking with love. And then someone earlier said that comments being made were petty. But I do respect this panel for always allowing us to come on here and share. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from MJ King. You're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ochen, for acknowledging that children are emotionally and developmentally different than adults and should not be criminalized in the same way. If a student is having behavioral issues, they need counselors, they need resources as they're learning how to interact in this world. There should be no cops in schools. 40 hours is not enough time to unlearn the criminalized biases that officers have in order to work with children. I'd like to know if there's any information that Captain had about these claims that there's a huge increase in crime in schools, and blaming it on freshmen and sophomores being new to campus is a complete joke. So I hope that you'll take that into mind, and really we need no schools and officers anywhere in our county. Thank you.
Next, Gabriela Vasquez, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Oh, I did not raise my hand either, but I would like to just echo the sentiments of the family members present today and that are sharing, about their personal stories and the violence that the sheriffs has committed to their families and their loved ones. So I just want to echo their sentiments, and that's it, but thank you so much.
Valerie Halwerda, you're unmuted. Please go ahead, Valerie.
Yes, thank you. I want to start a dialogue, an ongoing dialogue, and hopefully every month about the encampment on San Vicente and Federal. It's been there for several years. For many years, 7 years actually. It's under the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department, and it's been deemed dangerous. And the best thing that's happened is they're cleaning out the veterans. We're concerned that the non-vets are going to be there and continue to stay, and we're getting no support. We don't feel enough support. I represent a group. We don't feel we get enough support in getting the encampment diminished now in the non-vet area. I'll be back next month. Thank you very much for what you do.
And I'll just note, is it Valerie? We received comments about the encampment, and it's been forwarded to the commission. So please know that it's been received. And
I will send you more each month. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Marcos Alvarez. Please go ahead, Marcos.
I will share this with you. Last night, the Palmdale City Council had a meeting, and this is why I'm sharing it. There was protesters outside in front of City Council at Palmdale. Everybody was white. Everybody was wearing masks, and everybody was carrying flags. Why were they out there? They were anti-vaccine. Cancel the contract was at that very place a month ago with respect to what happened on the part of the sheriffs on to Mr. Reyes on 35th and Palmdale Boulevard. Why am I sharing this with you? Because when cancel the contract was out there, there was black and brown people, and there was plenty of sheriffs with guns and bulletproof vests. Last night, when all these white people were anti-vaccine protests, not one sheriff was around. That is intentional. That is racist. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Leticia Vasquez. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Leticia.
Thank you. And I second what Christina mentioned, and also want to thank you guys for giving us this space. To Alex Villanueva, I want you to know that my son was not a suspect. My son was in a mental crisis. For you to leave every time the families speak is a disrespect to us and our pain. You have no idea what it feels like. I don't wish it on you or your family, but have some respect and be there and listen to us and our comments and our pain and help us for once. If you want respect, gain it. You can't gain respect that way. You can't get people to listen to you if all you do is cry and talk about everybody else and what they do wrong. What about you?
That
What
does
about what
conclude
you
your
do wrong?
time. Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Valerie Vargas. You're unmuted, Valerie. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't have my hand up, but I will take the opportunity to say that the Sheriff's Department has no business being in LAUSD schools. Also, as far as the corruption at Compton, yes, please do what you gotta do, because that is my place of residence and there is corruption within that department also. And lastly, I want to say to everyone listening, go ahead and take the initiative to do your own research and Google LASD gangs.
Thank you. And that does conclude all of the general public comment, Chair Ochin.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much. So that will conclude our meeting for today. I'll just remind everyone that our next regular meeting will be a special meeting on LASD subgroups, gangs, or cliques, whatever term you prefer to use. We will hopefully hear from Rand as well as a number of other experts. Of course, we hold out hope that Sheriff Villanueva will come pursuant to our lawfully issued subpoena and provide testimony about deputy gangs and the response of the Sheriff's Department under oath, attesting to tell the truth. That's all we're asking, is for the Sheriff's Department to come for the duration of our meeting and to tell the truth. That's what we've always asked. We've invited the sheriff to do so repeatedly. And when he has attended, he has answered questions. And when we are asking him to come under oath, he refuses to attend so that we can do so. We hope that that will change because it's in everyone's interest to have the truth on public display so that we can have confidence in the Sheriff's Department. We can have confidence in law enforcement in LA County. I think the public deserves no less. So that is our goal going forward. We will have that meeting in November. We will have the leadership of people like Commissioner Rubin, Commissioner Kennedy, and Commissioner Bonner to really help us push that meeting forward in November. So please, everyone, please stay tuned and join us in November for that meeting. We'll also be holding an event next week, really looking at how to ensure that oversight is effective. So it's titled Learning from Our Mistakes. And that will be on Thursday, October 28th from 9 to 10:30 a.m. I want to thank our staff for helping to put this together, and we invite everyone to attend. You can register at coc.lacounty.gov. And with that announcement, I will call the meeting to a close. Thanks, everybody, for your patience, and thank you for your attention. All right, take care.